William, come. Where'd you go? William, baby. Where go, baby? We're gonna go live. Gonna go live to the internet. Where are you, William? So William Shakespeare. Where'd you go, baby? Well, anyways. Ah, hello, internet. We're the Church of Korihor. Our opening hymn has not finished rendering yet, so I'm just gonna get straight to it while we get people coming in to the chat. So I had made an announcement. I don't know how many of you were around. I just want to mention real quickly before we even get into that. This is a new trendy thing that they do. I don't know how many of you know this, but YouTube statistics say that 200% of you watching this are not currently subscribed to the Church of Korihor. And that makes me sad. Is it that thing I said? Because I never said that, and I didn't mean it. And you know it's true. You know it. Don't be like this. Anyways, hit the subscribe button. Hit it gently. Don't annihilate it. Gently. So you get more information about Tim Ballard. Well, it's been a while since we covered Tim Ballard. Bet you thought that Tim Ballard of Sound of Freedom fame had just dropped off of a map. Well, it's not true. Tim Ballard exists in the world. And he's been all over the place. He's been down in South America, Central America. He's been over in Israel, supposedly. But some new events, some new goings on have happened at his old firm, Operation Underground Railroad, which now is no longer Operation Underground Railroad. We'll get to that. It's now Our Rescue. Oh my goodness. Well, that's all right, sis. You're welcome to. I mean, look, I know that you do all your detective work, your best thinking when you are relaxed and at ease. So sis can our sister from another mister can lie down. You just do that. It's late. It's 9 o'clock over here on the East Coast. Those of you who don't know, I'm operating off the East Coast now because Korihor, the Church of Korihor, we're everywhere. Godless people on a spiritual mission. But in any event, so yeah, church business concluded. Please make sure that you subscribe to the Church of Korihor. Hellfire Agency, if you don't know, is a podcast that is a service of the Church of Korihor, a mission, as we call our local congregations and global congregations. And we exist to encourage critical thinking through the medium of true crime and scandals by investigating scandals of far-right Christian nationalism. I was mentioning the other day that I was preparing a few new materials to update everybody on, including some of our old stories, including Tim Ballard. Tim Ballard content is some of our more interesting content over the years, but it seemed for a while like he had just fallen off of the map. He has not. He's out there. I keep tabs. Hi, Tim. When you see this, I'm watching you, Fokker. Watching you. I'm just checking to make sure to see if I'm out of disk space on my computer. We may have to go without it. That's just sad. I spent all day working on it. And not really. Lackadaisically. In any event. So we start with a different one. I ran out of computer space. Computer file is what it is. Computers can't keep up with me. It's been a constant problem. People laugh when I say these things. I don't see that it's funny, but I've had clients who will laugh when I say this. They say, "What do you mean a computer can't keep up with you?" I'm telling you, a computer cannot video as fast as I video. And yeah, this is another example. Well, life sucks. Don't save it. You obviously can't because there's no computer space. In any event, let's start with another one just while people come filtering in, and then we'll get to talking about Tim Ballard. Let's just go ahead and run with an oldie but a goodie. Picked at random. This is Korihor. And yes, an oldie but a goodie. We have to get Mammon Tabernacle Choir, in honor of my upcoming interview with Shane Baldwin, which is looking like it will happen day after tomorrow, which is Sunday. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. That is our most recent communique. Yes, in case you thought that my clout didn't reach high enough, Jacob Hansen, I have been communicating with a living God. Yeah, the Holy Ghost, the Mormon Holy Ghost and me, we text. Where you at on that one, Dallin Hoax? Where you out on that one, Dallas? Where you been? I can text your God. What would you like me to find out for you, old Dallin? What would you like me to find out for you? An oldie but a goodie.
Wait a minute! This Exmo's got something to say?
Oh, big surprise!
Oh, fuck off. Golden angels
Show the fruit
selling Jesus.
in an Armani suit.
Will a man rob God? Holy dividends turning profits
Into Caesar's friends.
Hosanna shout,
Shout.
For Jesus IPO revelation on the line.
On the line,
Hold the phone.
sing it loud, loud. Mammon Tabernacle Choir, stack the pews with glass and fire. Follow the prophet, trumpet, raise the rent, tie the poor until they're spent.
Will the meek really inherit the earth? First shake them down,
For all their worth,
build a den of thieves
on the sacred side, build the kingdom.
with the widow's mite. Hosanna shout,
Shout.
and merge again. Ring God's closing bell. Amen.
Sing it loud, loud. Mammon Tabernacle Choir, stack the pews, with glass and fire. Follow the prophet, raise the rent, tie the poor until they're
God damn, that's almost as good as the one I spent all day, not really, making for you guys. It was a doozy. We'll have to play it another time. Maybe we'll play it on Sunday when I am going to be talking to the God of Mormonism. You think I'm joking. You think that's a joke. If you weren't here last week, we did an episode last Saturday where Laura Cook, who had left Zion Media, which is a, let's say, a fringe Mormon group, whose leader is a man by the name of Shane Baldwin, sometime known as the Mormon Wolf of Wall Street. And she was here to expose that he may or may not have covenanted hitmen, that there are people who have left this group that I have been interacting with and kind of watching for the better part of a year, really a little more than a year. Basically, since I started tracking down what was happening with this Chief Mitiga guy. Now, in the year since then that I have been persistent, now I talk to Chief Mitiga, who was sometime the one mighty and strong, according to Shane and his group, and now has become, let's say, disaffected from Zion Media and is off doing his own thing. Since then, they went off looking for their new one mighty and strong. That is to say, whoever is supposed to become the one who prepares the earth to be smitten with a curse, or prepare and hopefully gather the Mormon communist utopia in Missouri. Obviously, where else? I mean, where else would you? Well, maybe I don't have to show you. If those of you who don't know, my house is under construction. You can ask in the comments, anyways. So yeah, this one is fun. This is going to be interesting. So, in any event, you guys, can I just show you something, by the way, before we go any further? And maybe this is probably bad that I even do this, but I want to show you, since I can at least show you some of the assets of things that I have been making today. This is the background, just to let you know what epicness you're missing out on. This is the clip that plays in the background of the of the hymn that I didn't get to play for
Now
you.
I give a spin your Dell. You cause need the new Santa fast bitches in the Dell. Deck the hub, we had a bone, so a double lit the world of born. And me is running like the biggest thing.
That's not the song. I just said I just gave it the beats per minute and said this is an Exmo Joe in a fur coat and a shaggy hat with an ornate cane and in a lime green zoot suit, dancing while at least one black woman, one Latino woman, and one white woman dance around him. Oh, also he's dripping with gold and especially a necklace that says Cora Whores, but with a $sign for the S. And the song itself is epic. But unfortunately, my computer ran out of hard disk space. Have they added the ability to listen to music on this yet? Believe it or not, that's one thing StreamYard can't do. You can't do that. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to hop on as a guest, you're welcome to. Let me put it into the comments here. It probably won't work, but because it thinks it's spam. Anyway, I'm putting it into the chat. Hop on here if you can. I don't know if you can see the link now, but if you guys want to join, we're going to be talking about Tim Ballard and who is paying Tim Ballard these days. This is something I've been trying to keep tabs on for a while. It can get confusing. I am going to do my best to break it down, make it super interesting. You guys want to see that video again? Is that what this is?
Now I give a spin your Dell. You cause need the new Santa fast bitches in the Dell. Deck the hub, we had a bone, so a double lit the world of born. And me is running like the biggest thing.
I'm going to pull up Suno and at least download the song. The songs are really good as a video. If you don't know Suno, which is how, yes, at the Church of Korihor, all of our songs are sung by robots. Look, if we had money, we'd have choirs. But I contribute I think it's like $60 a month to get Suno, to get the version that we can use for making really awesome music. In any event, let's see here. Download video. If I play it as a video, then we can actually play it on Suno. But in any event, while it's getting to that, do you remember Tim Ballard? Tim Ballard, Sound of Freedom guy. Yeah. So Operation Underground Railroad was the organization that he ran. Let me show you something here. I want to tell you a little bit about money. You guys like money? I'm personally not a big fan. But those who would say, well, that's because you don't have any, shut your damn mouth. Even if you're right, it's not polite. It's not a nice thing to say. But if you, let me go ahead and pull this up on here for you. Oh. Is mine generator running? Because there's lightning outside. I try not to run the generator while it's raining. Is it raining? Hold up, you guys. You know what? I think this downloaded. Before we get to that, you guys want to hear the song, right? Let's do this thing. I'm going to show it to you. Yes, it's a Suno video. Don't judge me. You are already. I don't care. I actually don't care. I just downloaded it, dudes. I'm out of disk space, so it's not going to download. It's raining. We're going to play the opening hymn one more time. I have to go unplug the power before it becomes a problem.
Man rob God, holy dividends, turning profits
Into Caesar's friends.
Hosanna shout for Jesus IPO revelation.
Get loud, loud. Mammon Tabernacle choir stack the pews with glass and fire.
Okay. Anyways, sorry. False alarm. The generator was off. So we're good. If you want to listen to the whole songs, you have to be here on time, like sister was, my sister from another mister. In any event, let me share with you my screen. And I want to tell you a little bit about everybody's favorite organization. It is, of course, before you even have to ask, the Internal Revenue Service. Everybody's a fan of the Internal Revenue Service. Yes? I should delete some things off of my computer. Everybody see me okay? Because, like, sometimes when my computer has a lot of crap on it, I can't. My computer performance goes down. In any event, let's see here. Let's get a different view. Let's see here. Make it a little easier on our friends who are streaming on mobile. Hello, friends who are mobile. What's that like? That's nice. So this is the internet and a website that belongs to the government. When people see me type out government, they aren't sure what I mean until they say it out loud. Government. This here government website. Now the government website, the irs.gov, you can put any old EIN number in here for any organization and get records for it. And this is one that we can look up. I am going to open up another another page here and put in Our Rescue EIN. Now, Our Rescue is the new name for Operation Underground Railroad because it had to change its name after the founder of said organization got unceremoniously kicked out of the organization, allegedly, Timothy, I say, for doing dirty things with persons assigned female at birth, who worked with his organization, including one Bree Ryder, we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But in any event, so if you get the EIN number, little trick of the trade, if you don't find the EIN number for an organization on their website, Google it. Put in the name of the organization and put in EIN, pops it up to the top. That's important because sometimes charitable organizations change their names. And oftentimes, I'm not going to say always, and I'm not going to say it's true in this case. I'm going to let you decide for yourself. Sometimes that's because they don't want everybody going through their tax filings. Unlike churches, like the Church of Korihor, charitable organizations, public charities, have to file taxes every year, even though they're not required to pay taxes. They're tax exempt, but only on the functions related to their actual charitable work, unlike churches, which are just tax exempt unless they sell things. And we haven't sold anything yet officially as a church. We really ought to start because the church needs money. I've been getting the non-sufficient funds all week for the Church of Korihor. I get it. A lot of us stopped donating to the Church of Korihor. I didn't over the summer while I've been kind of out of touch and while the economy has been super bad. Are we allowed to say that? Am I going to get taken down for saying that? Anyway, let's go ahead and plug into here this EIN number. That's not it. Internet, that's wrong. Sometimes I hit copy and my computer goes, meow. Okay, I'm going to try this again. Put in the EIN number for formerly Operation Underground Operation Underground Railroad, which is now, you will see here, Our Rescue. That's why you look up the EIN number. Then you get to this page here. You'll see the final letters. That is, not very important. And then you have all the tax filings. And oh my holy Hannah, the number of annual tax filings for OUR. Now, you will see here that it was formally launched in 2015. Supposedly, it kind of soft launched in 2013. But by 2015, they were actually filing tax forms. Now, let me go ahead and open this up for you so you can see it. You know what? Maybe I should just switch from sharing a tab to sharing my screen. Let me do that. Stop screen, share screen. Share the whole damn thing. I'm not going to show you anything sensitive, am I? I don't care. I don't even care. Maybe I can. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. While I'm doing that, I'm going to share my screen and the audio. You guys have to let me know if if this causes an echo or causes anything to get kind of screwy. And then that way I can just pull up my Suno and we can play it off of Suno. This is you guys will see that when I make music, I make like a tons of stuff. And sometimes it renames it. So like this song is called Buy Anything Underground. But the first when I tell it what to title it, but sometimes the AI when it's writing it all on its own, which by the time I publish a song as a hymn, it's always 100% my lyrics. But sometimes when I have to do something quick and dirty, I let the AI fill in a little bit, and so that it calls it Timmy B Bills, Timmy B Cash, and then it started calling it what I told it to call it, which is "Buy Anything in This World." Originally, it was "Buy Anything in This World," and then became "Buy Anything Underground." Anyway, yeah, it's a really good song.
Buy anything underground.
Funky.
Yeah. Timmy B got bills in the pile. Rent due.
Anyway, let's see here. Boom. No, that's not it. Boom. That's not it. Boom. That's not it. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is the 990 form for 2015 of an organization called Operation Underground Railroad. Everybody see that okay? I can't see your chats anyways if right now. Zoom in a little bit for me. Zoom in a bit, brother. Okay. Operation Underground Railroad, Inc. Description is Operation Underground Railroad is a nonprofit organization that rescues kidnapped children from slavery. Rescue teams are comprised of highly skilled ex-Navy SEAL, CIA, and other operatives. These teams work in conjunction with and in full cooperation with local police forces and governments to liberate children around the world. That was their supposedly noble intention for Operation Underground Railroad when it started. And you'll see that in the filings here, it says that the prior year to 2015, they had raised in contributions and grants $3.3 million, and that year they had raised $5.7 million. So strong start for Operation Underground Railroad. That again, this is the organization that by 2022 had basically begun dissolving. Basically, you have people jumping ship and trying to bail on this organization. By 2023, when Sound of Freedom finally launches, you got Tim Ballard basically on the outs of his own organization. But up until that point, Tim Ballard was pretty central to Operation Underground Railroad. In fact, as we scroll down and start looking at the many filings here in this organization, you're going to see that there is there is the pay going out to different organizations and individuals. Look at those. Look at this here. Schedule 990. Okay, this is activities outside the United States, right? It's showing expenditures. Haiti, $198,000. Dominican Republic, $8,000. Colombia, $27,000. Brazil, $1,631. Living in, going, and then you'll see little things in here, little notes of the kinds of operation, helping law enforcement, free enslaved children. Like they're generally going to be something pretty broad, pretty vague. Helping law enforcement. It's like all of these are the same description for all these different countries: Peru, Thailand, Uganda. But how the money actually gets transferred, whether or not the money actually makes it there, who receives it, as long as it says something here, pretty much the IRS just doesn't care. I mean, they just don't care. So you could pretty much say anything you want, and it's kind of a problem. Now, as you go down, you're going to notice an organization here. This is identification of disregarded entities. And one of them is going to be an organization that you will recognize if you've done much digging into Tim Ballard, which is Deacon Inc. This is sometimes used as basically a shell company, one of the many companies in the Tim Ballard Secret Whiteboard meeting. If you don't know about the Tim Ballard Secret Whiteboard meeting, look up Tim Ballard Secret Whiteboard meeting, and chances are you'll find a TikTok video of my mug on it, on an account I can't get into anymore. Sad but true. Then you keep going down here. It's a huge filing. In any event, I missed it somewhere in here, but you have the payees. Included among the payees is our man Tim Ballard himself. Anyways, at the height of their operations in the years 2020 ish, Tim Ballard was making good six figures off of his salary from the organization, and bragging apparently at different times that he was making millions between all of the different operations. But the Tim Ballard Secret Whiteboard meeting, if you don't know, is a meeting where Tim Ballard allegedly drew out on a whiteboard all of the many ways in which he, at least two Mormon apostles, two members of the 12 apostles, the quorum of the 12 apostles, and various members of his family were involved in several different entities, some of which were labeled as 501c3 charities and were not, and some of which were frankly just shell companies or companies that didn't exist anywhere outside of Tim Ballard's mind. And we're going to get to talking about some of these. You could go through these filings on the IRS website here for our rescue and spend days going through line by line where all the money, where the money goes, and every single line, if you dig deeper and deeper, you're going to find something interesting there. We don't have time for that. This is way back ancient history, 2015. We don't, who even cares? And point is, Tim Ballard got kicked out of his own organization, and a lot of that we are told in the various reporting, whether it's Lynn Packer's reporting, Vice News reporting, or the Timmy Did What podcast with Cara Burrell and Ryan Fisher, here at Hellfire Agency. You'll hear speculation, opinions, ideas, and they are only allegations, speculation, ideas, supported usually by some evidence, at least, that there was a lot of shady business when it goes into how the money got passed around, and hence why some of Tim Ballard's donors didn't want to be involved with him anymore. Now, one of the interesting things I learned recently is that allegedly the guy that we have been saying this whole time was Mr. Moneybags, the guy who was putting up the big cash for all of OUR's operations, was a guy named Paul. And it turns out we're discovering that that may actually not have been true. That Paul, or Pablo, as he's described sometimes in Tim Ballard's operations in his TV show and so forth, didn't give money to OUR. They were running on other people's money, and it was just kind of always understood that his charity, that Paul's or Pablo's charity, would start transferring money to their other entities. And apparently that never actually happens. This is what, I haven't been able to verify that that's true, but that's what we're being told. I had to double check on William Shakespeare. That's my cat, my kid's cat. Anyway, but then Tim Ballard kind of got kicked out of that, and he ended up going to a different organization after once Sound of Freedom came out. That same summer, Tim Ballard basically got shit canned from OUR effectively, and also kicked out of the Mormon Church. And then there was a release from an organization known as the Spear Fund. Do I have the Spear Fund open? I believe I do. Apparently, I do not. Spear Fund. Let me show you. I hadn't really intended on showing this, but sometimes I make decisions in a kind of spur of the moment sort of way. So this is the Spear Fund. And the reason why I want to show you this is that there's some interesting. If you go to the in the news, I mean, this website is still up. As far as I can tell, this organization might as well not even exist. It really doesn't do anything. You see, like the news for it, for their operations says September of 2024 is the most recent post. Another one from September 17, 2024. This one from November 9th, 2023. So it's been a while. Basically, this organization, it's on the books, but how? I mean, like in what way? You can read about Spear. It talks about pretty much everything except for OUR. Doesn't say anything about Operation Underground Railroad. It just says that it's supposed to be ending human trafficking and so forth. But if you go into the in the news, come on, you'll see all these different statements, all these basically blog posts that they have provided over the years. Well, really over a matter of months. Now, one of the first ones, I don't think I see it here. Press inquiries, general inquiries. One of the earliest statements that they made was a statement from a guy named Ken Krogh, who was running it at the time. And my understanding is that he's been taken off of the website. But Ken Krogh was one of the donors and cooperators, as I understand it, one of the people that you will see in the story about Tim Ballard at Operation Underground Railroad. He also, interestingly enough, was the head of an organization run by Tom Harrison. Tom Harrison, it was called Celestial. What was it called? Somebody out there is going to help me with this. In any event, not important. Tom Harrison is the guy who wrote a book called Visions of Glory. If you don't know Visions of Glory, look it up. Basically, Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, etc. That's also Tim Ballard's organization. Tim Ballard used to tell people, we're told, at Operation Underground Railroad, when he would meet with people, he would ask them if they'd read Visions of Glory, in which this Mormon man who says that he perished momentarily while getting his bladder checked in an MRI machine and had an allergic reaction to the contrast that they injected into his veins, which, by the way, they say did not happen. That he briefly died and went over and saw the end of the world and came back, and a whole bunch of Mormons really believe this. And some of them, allegedly, at least a couple of those people, ended up murdering their spouses and children. It was Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Meanwhile, Tim Ballard was apparently contacting this guy, Tom Harrison, who was one of his contacts, and we are told through court documents that have now been in court cases that have now been tossed out in the state of Utah, which is a great place to not get justice, that Tim Ballard received a blessing from this man who told him that he was going to become a senator for the state of Utah, basically replace Mitt Romney, who was on the outs and still is on the outs with a lot of these fringe Mormons, and that he would eventually become the head of the Mormon Church and also president of the United States. That's what we're given to understand. And according to his assistant, who actually took the email that he had asked this guy, Tom Harrison, to send to him with the blessings of that, the details of this blessing, this special priesthood blessing, as best as he could remember it, included in this email, in which he references another blessing Tim Ballard received from another prophet who apparently, allegedly, was at that time a member of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, Mr. M. Russell Ballard, but Elder M. Russell Ballard. In any event, I digress. All of this guy's organization, which was largely an organization that was anti anti-porn stuff, mainly people would get involved in And in the process, they would get a whole bunch of therapists and people who were life coaches, basically disgraced their therapists involved in this organization and trying to serve the community of LDS Mormon people who are either trying to raise families or shed, addiction to smut in their marriages and so forth. And in addition to that, also pursue various spiritual matters. Anyways, this guy Ken Krogh ran this organization and also apparently Spear Fund at the same time. Uh, that's not terribly interesting. That's old news, unless you were to do this. You guys all still see my screen? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go back to this EIN lookup. I'm going to plug in another EIN number. Let's see here. I have my document here. Ba-ba-bum. So this here is the EIN number for the Spear Fund. Let's look them up. Search. And you're going to see that it's an organization called Liberty and Light, not Spear Fund. Remember what I said earlier? Find the EIN number, not the name of the organization. They changed the names of the organization, and it's never for a reason that is obvious on the face of it. So I can look at all the tax filings for Liberty and Light, going back to their first one of 2018, when they were Equity Trust Foundation. Equity Trust Foundation, not Spear Fund, not OUR. This is back in 2018 when OUR was going strong. This organization already existed. Let's take a look at their tax filing for the year. Okay, so again, it's on the top. Equity Trust Foundation, no doing business as, that'll change. Located at 175 West Canyon Crest Road, Suite 306 in Alpine, Utah. And you'll see that it says current year, their contributions and grants amount to $463,000 and some change. And pretty basic filing otherwise. But go down here and you're going to see some names. First of the staff of this organization is, first of all, John Moreland, director, who spends average of 2 hours per week on this organization. Wow, way to go. Amber Moreland, assistant director, who also spends 2 hours a week, and Ken Krogh, assistant director, 2 hours a week. This is the organization that Ken Krogh will eventually issue a statement saying basically that, and this is me summarizing, Mr. Krogh, when you see this, tell me I got this wrong. You're welcome to come on the program. That basically that his boy Tim Ballard, anybody who knows him knows that he wouldn't do anything like cheat on his wife, and that the allegations against him being made by volunteers and or staff at Operation Underground Railroad are obviously untrue. Then within a few weeks, we hear nothing from this organization again about Tim Ballard. And by then, as my memory serves, Ken Krogh was on to working on his project with Tom Harrison, where they were organizing conferences. Among the conferences, I just want to remind you, in case you'd forgotten, they had a conference where they had among their speakers one Jody Hildebrandt. There was another guy who was the founder of an organization called Fight the New Drug. Do you remember Fight the New Drug? They would go into public schools and basically do rallies where they try and convince teenagers and young people that that pornography is as addictive as heroin. So it, all of these Mormons, they're all in this same group, and Operation Underground Railroad was a big part of that group, including that Tim Ballard himself spoke at their events. And so this, Visions of Glory, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Ruby Frankie, Jody Hildebrandt, Tim Ballard, Operation Underground Railroad, Fight the New Drug. All of these people in these organizations were basically operating under this Tom Harrison network. And then Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrand. Do you remember how that 8 passengers, how that all fell out? About the same time that Tim Ballard was exposed, he gets kicked out of OUR. OUR basically starts to crash and burn. Well, this is again my allegedly, as I understand it. This is me expressing my opinion. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I'm not saying anything except for what is my opinion, which does not necessarily reflect the opinion of the Church of Korihor, which is a church. It doesn't have opinions. Anyways, so just so we're clear about that. All right, let's get back to it. But in any event, so that's about when in 2023, 2024, as Tim Ballard's membership of the Mormon Church is beginning to, quickly escalates down into excommunication. Escalates down to, that's not the way to say that. Anyways, escalates to his being excommunicated and apparently attempted to, allegedly, appeal his excommunication from the Mormon Church, which apparently did not result in, it resulted in a rejection. It's very, very rare that if you get kicked out of the Mormon Church, Tim, when you see this, samesies, buddy. Me too. I earned it, but whatever. They almost never reinstate somebody who is has been kicked out. Anyways, so back to the tax filings. So that's Equity Trust Foundation. Remember that it was founded, that was run out of my old stomping grounds, American Fork, Utah, and then run by these three individuals, John, Amber, and Ken Krogh. Then you have the next year, basically same organization, Equity Trust Foundation for 2019. 2020, you have Equity Trust Foundation again. 2021, Equity Trust Foundation. 2022, Liberty and Light. This is one of the organizations that you see showing up on the Tim Ballard secret whiteboard meeting. So basically, they renamed the same organization. And it, again, anytime you see a name change on a charitable organization, look up that filing. Something's in there, right? It's always a good indicator. So first of all, you're going to see that Liberty and Light, this first year that they started operating as Liberty and Light, was the same year that they started listing as doing business as Spear Fund. Their address is no longer in American Fork. It's at 565 West, 465 North in Providence, box 150 in Providence, Utah, which is in Cache Valley. And the principal officer is one Todd Tuller, who is, if my memory serves me correctly, I think was a board member at Operation Underground Railroad. I might be wrong about that. But in any event, he's connected into Tim Ballard's network, and if I'm not mistaken, is member of Tim's family. And the purpose of the organization, they've learned a thing or two since OUR was founded. Be a little more broad in what the organization does. Otherwise, you could raise some red flags. Because remember, when they organized OURs, we just read a minute ago, in 2015, it was that they took CIA operatives, Navy SEALs, law enforcement, etc., and went out and rescued children from trafficking. But very quickly, OUR, has to start running more and more sketchy type of operations to try and justify that that's what they actually do. By the time they found Liberty and Light here and start filing these filings, the purpose that they're listing as the purpose for the organization is to educate the public on the global epidemic of human trafficking. And that's it. That's what the organization does. And at the same time, remember that Tim Ballard had at that time been trying to make both a feature film about himself, which he later would have to defend and say that I had nothing to do with that in a court of law. And then but also they were trying to run a TV show that was basically being executive produced by the guy who made Schindler's List and a whole bunch of other movies, one of these conservative Hollywood guys, and one of the few who happens to be a Latter-day Saint. In any event, TV show never go anywhere because it was boring. The movie got bought eventually by Disney, and they had to, and basically they had to fight to get the movie back into their own control. And that movie became, is Sound of Freedom. In any event, so this organization is one of the many entities, one of the 501c3s, one of the nonprofits that is raising funds for the purposes of educating the public. But notice that that's a pretty broad term. In other words, if you were to make a company that makes TV shows about what Tim Ballard does, it really should be a for-profit organization because supposedly they're going to sell it for profit. But we were given to understand from the secret whiteboard meeting that they were told that the people who were attending this meeting were being told that the actual purpose of some of these shell organizations, these education companies, was for the Mormon church, not through its official channels, but through this not unofficially adjacent organization, to show to the whole world that Mormons are actively involved in a good cause, namely in defending the American covenant, which is something that Tim Ballard has written books about. In any event, so this organization could be generating revenue to use for educating the public. If that went into a TV show or a movie, most people, I think, would agree that's not the way that should be done. But who would find out? Basically, you'd have to wait for the IRS to audit. In any event, the principals of this organization are Todd Tuller, Ken Krogh, and John Moreland. But now it's based out of Cache Valley, basically Provo, where BYU is here. American Fork, where I used to live and where OUR was founded, is here. Or these guys here. Who are these guys? Liberty and Light is here. Cache Valley, like way up here. Cache Valley's practically Idaho. Okay, it's where Cache Valley cheese comes from. Little FYI. Okay, so this is just one organization and some of the information about that. But want to get up here to 2024. Now we are currently in year 2026. 2024 is the most recent filing for this organization. I just want to quickly show you the money situation that is summarized at the top of this form. Notice it says all the same information, Spear Fund, same address in Providence, Utah. It shows the contributions and grants, the total of the money coming in. It says of the prior year, 2023, that's the year that Tim Ballard basically got the axe from Operation Underground Railroad, and also got kicked out of the Mormon Church. Their total receipts was $2.8 million. So they've come up in the world. And then saying for that current year, for 2024, $688,000. So still, a significant sum of money for this charitable organization, but you can see, how the mighty have fallen. This organization, it's not a surprise we don't have a 2025 filing for it yet, but chances are pretty good. This organization, if it's running at all, it's not running at the same level. And big surprise, you never see Tim Ballard. I haven't seen Tim Ballard wearing the Spear Fund's merch basically since 2023. So probably a good bet. He's not doing really anything with them anymore. In fact, I think that if you go and you look you look at the principals, he's not listed as a principal in there. In fact, I don't think he was ever listed as principal. But then you'll notice that when you go through the funds, when you go through how the money gets paid out, sometimes they go into great detail of like people who work for the organization, but then otherwise you'll see distributions of funds going to different organizations, or even just generally in other salary, etc. These tax filings, they are not. Sometimes you wonder what they're even for. In any event, scroll down and you will see this of the disbursements or the the distributions of money. That's the way to say it. It shows different, or it shows organizations that some of the donation money in 2024 went to another organization, as is totally normal, not a weird thing to have happen. But some of these companies, some of these charities, that's the devil's in that details, right? For example, you'll notice that there is an aerial recovery at 4235 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville, Tennessee. And they received a cash grant of $51,534 for a grant to support operations at aerial recovery. That's how simple it is to not tell the government what you're doing with the money you're getting from your donors. What was the purpose of the grant? Oh, it's a grant to support operations at aerial recovery. Cool. Then there's this other one, hand in hand adoption services. I haven't looked into that. I'm afraid to, frankly, but in any event. But keep that in your mind there. Keep that in your mind. 2024, they gave 50 grand. This organization gave 50 grand to aerial recovery in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's go back to our EIN number lookup. Okay, so we're back here and take their EIN number out and come over here to my little prepared document. And we're going to look up this aerial recovery. In fact, let's look at their website. Don't I have their website pulled up? Do not. I must have closed it for the Spear Fund. Oh, look, I got the Spear Fund twice. Don't need one of them. So this is aerial recovery. Just give you a quick once over. Their website is much better laid out and has a lot more information. You will often see Tim Ballard wearing a hat that says aerial recovery literally on his forehead. He wears the mark of this beast on his forehead. You go to their website, though, you're not going to see Tim Ballard anywhere. But you're going to see lots of pictures of them doing various activities on this little island. This is an island called Buck Island, as I understand it, anyways, when I've looked it up. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And you'll see a facility, a house there, a mansion, really. And you're going to see these people doing these various activities. A lot of these are, veterans who have come out to be a part of these platoon operations, where they basically, it's like a big male bonding experience where women also are invited, as you can see here. Not very many women, you'll notice. This one, in fact, that you're seeing in front here, I'm almost certain is Brittany Turner. Now, who is Brittany Turner? Again, you'll see Brittany Turner here. Brittany Turner, if we go to the abouts, go to founders, you'll learn that Brittany Turner is the founder of this organization that Tim Ballard wears. This hat that she has on her head, Tim Ballard wears that hat quite often in his videos and so forth. Then you see Jeremy Locke. Again, same hat, very similar. I mean, look, if you took Operation Underground Railroad merch and put it on this website, put it on these people, you basically have the same organization, it would seem. But instead of breaking down doors and rescuing kids and all that kind of branding and stuff, they do they set themselves up as if they are into surveillance, providing services for law enforcement, for veterans, and almost circumstantially, it would seem, working on human trafficking and just vaguely supporting anti-human trafficking projects. And that is definitely the way to write a charity purpose, because then you can find out what things you don't want to have to defend yourself as doing, but still convince people to give you money for. But in any event, so basically, without going into too much detail, this organization, they have retreats on this island in the British Virgin Isles. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, I'm not gonna say this part, but, I've been looking into this organization for a while now. It does seem to me like if OUR is shady, this organization is pretty shady, and we're gonna get a chance to learn a little bit more about them here in a moment. But in any event, let's go ahead and put their EIN number into here. Oh, I think I got ahead of myself a little bit. Well, I'll just tell you. Yeah, as you can read in my script here, non-script, non-script. So first of all, if you're going to look up this company, this charity, again, Google their EIN because it is not really explicitly stated what the organization is or what it's called on the website. Well, at least I found it wasn't very clear. But if you look up their EIN number, you can see aerial recovery. You guys can still see my screen yet? Yeah. Okay, so this is in Nashville, Tennessee. Aerial Global Community is one of their other names, and lo and behold, you have tax filings. I'm just not even going to bother with this, but otherwise, one of the reasons why we're even looking at this right now is because of of the Tim Ballard Foundation. When Tim Ballard is not wearing aerial recovery merch, he puts up a logo on the screen or on his Instagram, or he wears on his body somewhere Tim Ballard Foundation. And we're going to get into that here in a moment. Tim Ballard Foundation has a website, but there's no Tim Ballard Foundation as an organization. It's a DBA. Remember, I said look them up by their EIN numbers because the ones that change names or operate under different names, usually there's more to the story here. But let's get into aerial recovery a little bit here. Yeah, let's just get into this a little bit. So if I unroll the tax return for the first year that they were in business, again, this was in 2018. Interesting. Same, you're going back to about the same time as the Spear Fund. You look at their filing for that year, and you're going to see that it's the Aerial Global Community. It was the original name. It's founded in Nashville, Tennessee. And I look up the monies involved in here. Boom. Revenue and expenses and changes in net assets or fund balances. Contributions, gifts, grants, similar amounts received, $32,000. So this organization, this is no Spear Fund. This is no Operation Underground Railroad. This is a small charity. It's got the signature, apparently, of Brittany Turner. We were just looking at her picture. Okay, no problem. So basically, a nonprofit organization that meets at this island or does some kind of services on this island that she happens to effectively own, is my understanding. Somebody tell me otherwise. But it also kind of operates, this is again the way I understand it, as an Airbnb. So basically, it's a vacation rental that does retreats for heroes of, however you want to define that. And that's basically what their organization is stated to do. Yeah, the descriptions are different on these filings. Okay, yeah, and then you have the names of the people. Not very interesting, but yeah, Brittany Turner is the president, Amy Green, vice president, Louis Upkins, treasurer, Denise Goulet, secretary, Ray Lewis, director. That does sound familiar. Ellie Sheafit, director, Lindsay Buxman, director. All of them just donating their time, apparently, to this organization, would seem. The organization coordinated volunteer efforts in their local community to help rebuild and renovate homes, community trash cleanups, and neighborhood tree planting. Pretty basic charity, and seems like a good, fair enough charity, right? 2019, they filed another tax form. Again, 2020. Again, 2021. Wow, that lightning goes close. It's not even raining. Oof. Boom. Did you guys hear that? Holy crap. Oh, and it's gorgeous. Appalachia, gorgeous when you have these storms down the hollers. Um, aerial recovery. Okay, so now you have. Oh yeah, sorry. Here we are. 2021. You have a name change. Aerial recovery. Like I said before, you see a name change, you open up that document. Okay, something's changed here. Okay, so getting close. Aerial recovery, same address, the Hillsborough Pike address. But you look at the revenue, contributions and grants. Year prior, $63,000. Current year, $464,000. Now we see that this aerial recovery has gone from you know, a nice little charity to go around do service in the community to actually operating under this kind of six-figure budgets. That's more like a Tim Ballard kind of project. We scroll down here and look at some of the ways that this money is being distributed around. We see that Ray Lewis is now the director. Ellie Sheffitt is a director. Lindsay Buxman, same people involved here, and still doing the same number of hours. As a matter of fact, if anything, they're doing less hours. Brittany Turner's down to 6 hours a week. It says, So, but yet this organization is bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars more in 1 year. Now, that by itself isn't entirely suspicious because maybe they just turn around and turn it to grants. Maybe they just give the money away. But as we get into the distribution of the money here, you're going to see more distributions in large chunks, larger sums. For example, you have grants and assistance to domestic organizations. Worth Fighting For is an organization based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. It's a 501c3, and they got a $14,000 grant. So, and when you look at why, that's the thing. It says charitable support to end human trafficking. Again, that's all they have to put. Justify it? No, not really, because who's going to look? Then you keep going down here. Mobility van. These are donations, grants, and other assistance to other individuals. Oh yeah, they gave away a mobility van, $14,000. Cool. A grant for cancer treatment, worth $10,000. Interesting. Okay, so all of these, they're starting to operate at a higher level. Is the point. If I go back here, though, so that was 2021. Remember that the first year that we saw that I can recall seeing that they were getting a grant, an operation grant from the Spear Fund, allegedly Ken Krog's money. I haven't found the proof of that necessarily, but Ken Krog, if you don't know, ran an organization called InsideSales.com, which was like a training company for salespeople, and also that provides some technical, some software services for salespeople. A lot of people who end up working in, I've talked about this ad nauseum. If you don't know about my thing about Ken Krog, I'm sure he's a perfectly nice person. I'm not suggesting he's involved in anything shady or illicit or anything wrong, but yeah. It's a lot of salespeople involved in this InsideSales.com show up in other stories we've done about Tim Ballard's associations and Sean Reyes and this Max Place kind of fight club / hangout in Salt Lake City where according to at least one court filing that in a court case that has been thrown out, apparently the attorney general may or may not have been bribed by Operation Underground Railroad with millions of dollars worth of coke and women. Coke and women is the way it was described. So who knows? Maybe it's not true, but it was in the filings. It was in the lawsuits, and I don't know what's true. You don't know what's true. I'm just telling you what got reported in those court filings. And again, in court case that has been thrown out. but that doesn't mean it didn't get filed. In any event, here's some filing for 2022. Oh, excuse me, sorry. And you see that their previous year contributions were $464,000. Current year, $3.6 million. Again, a name change almost never happens in the dark for no reason. Significantly more money coming in. Hey, let's change the name of their charity. Now you keep coming down here to, again, looking at the individuals. Remember the individuals we were looking at, Brittany Turner and, so on, blah, blah, blah. Now look at them. Number one, Tim Ballard, director. How much time does Tim Ballard spend working for aerial recovery? 1 hour a week on average. But don't let that discourage anyone. Morgan Ortegas, don't even know who that is, was a director, only spends 2 hours per week. Scott Brown, director, spends half an hour a week. Joseph McCabe, 2 hours a week. Rosemary Kelsey's 1 hour a week. Dustin Drummond, half an hour a week. Brett James, an hour a week. Brittany Turner, 20 hours a week suddenly. Suddenly, this is Brittany's full-time gig. Jeremy Locke, 40 hours a week. Remember Jeremy Locke's the other person whose face is on the website here. And John Witherspoon, 8 hours a week. He's secretary. They are secretary. Tori Broyles spends 20 hours a week. They are treasurer. Now they've got money, so they're actually spending serious cash going out there. Their balance sheet last year, at the beginning of the year, they had 114 grand on hand. By the end of the year, they had $435,000 on hand. All right. Well, now before this was both those numbers were more than the whole annual operation budget of this organization, and now they got cash. They got dough on hand, right? Notes and loans receivable net about $583. Good job, guys. 50 grand in prepaid expenses and deferred charges. $381,000 suddenly in accumulated depreciation on lands, buildings, and equipment cost and other basis. Don't know what what that is. Maybe that is the facility on Buck Island. It was lightning, and you guys see that lightning flash? Accounting for the thunder. All right. Yeah. It was bright, but apparently not close. 231. Maybe that was depreciation on some equipment that they had on that property, which is a big, beautiful property. Boom. There's a thunder. Looks like that thunderstorm's going up the holler. Other liabilities, including federal income tax payables to related third parties and other liabilities not included. So basically, if you were going to hide money to going to sundry person, almost like it was petty cash going out the door from this charitable organization, this might be a place where you do it. I am not an accountant. I am not a tax attorney, but I'm just saying all it says is other liabilities. Last year, this was the year previous to this, 2022. So it was $5,000 and change. This year, $160,000. So again, there's money getting circulated around. Who knows well. So reconciliation net assets, total revenue, 3.5 million. Total expenses, 2.8 million, basically, rounding up. Revenue less expenses is 742 grand. Net assets, $55,000. Okay. So Tim Ballard comes to this organization. Suddenly this organization's pulling in millions. And why isn't any of this money going to Operation Underground Railroad? This is an organization where Tim Ballard is being listed first in all the people there. But you notice he's still working at OUR. This is 2022. So Tim Ballard's he's working the rounds, and chances now, mind you, if my memory serves correctly, 2022 is when Tim Ballard OUR is basically under investigation. Allegations flying that they are using psychics to try and find kids they're not actually finding, that Tim Ballard is messed up in making promises to people allegedly, that he can see dead people, that he can communicate with Tom Harrison, is what we later find out. He apparently can portal or talk to a person, like seeing dead people, but the person is alive somewhere else, and portal them through and see this other person. This is, again, all according to allegations, all allegations. Make sure you look it up. I don't know what's true, what's not true. I just know what I read, dude. And sometimes I get things wrong. I'll be the first to admit it. So, okay, so that was 2022. This is another one for 2022. Yeah, is that right here? Yeah, this is an interesting thing. You only really, my understanding, you only have to file Form 990 in a year. These organizations start filing multiple Form 990s every year, especially OUR. And my understanding is that is basically when there's a major organization change or some kind of correction. For whatever reason, you have to correct. You make one filing and then realize you have to make a correction on that filing for whatever reason. 2022, you get another filing, and let's see here, scroll up to the top. And again, we're seeing similar numbers. So again, this is where you would put something if you were suddenly adding people in, or if you were suddenly adding new operations in, and you wanted to shuffle things around in case somebody goes poking their, let's not say it that way, putting their attention into something, into where your money is going. You might have 2 filings in a year, right? Anyways, other liabilities in this second filing include reimbursable expenses. Okay. This is under other liabilities. Somebody out there who's an accountant or a tax preparer, tell me how this looks to you. I don't know. I literally don't know. It says reimbursable expenses, $426,000. Okay. All right, guys. Sure. Why not? Then you have grants and other assistance to organizations outside of the United States. Remember when we were looking at OUR and we had Peru and Colombia and Haiti? Okay, well, this is that same section here. And we have the region as Central America and the Caribbean. Thanks, guys. Good thing we had you file a tax form. Purpose of the grant, a sponsorship. Okay, so we sponsored somebody in Central America and the Caribbean. For how much money? $17,000. Whoa. Manner of cash disbursement? Check. That's it. We wrote a guy's check for $17,000. What's it for? Mind your business. Let's see here. Britain, and then we see this one over here. Schedule F, Part 1, activities outside the United States, British Virgin Islands. Number of offices in the region, 1. We were just looking at it allegedly. Number of employees or agents in the region, 3. Yeah, 3 people living in the British Virgin Islands, operating out of one facility. Program, the activities conducted, program services and missions. If activity listed is a program service, describes specific type of services in the region, vet services. I'm going to go ahead and assume that's not veterinary, that's veterans, right? Remember they have that Heal the Heroes program. $311,000 in total expenditures. How does that money go? Who knows? Is that in salary? Is that in foods? Is that in rents? Do they, again, allegedly somebody owns the building on Buck Island in the British Virgin Islands. And I don't know if we can say that it is this nonprofit organization, because allegedly this facility is renting these rooms out in this resort for thousands of dollars a night, is the way we're given to understand it. We're going to see why that is here in a minute. But then you scroll down, look at the next line. So that's $311,000. in the British Virgin Islands going to some kind of veteran retreat thing. Next line on there, Ukraine. Number of offices in Ukraine, 1. Number of employees or agents in the region, 0. Activities, program, service, and missions, exact same description as the one that's happening on Buck Island. Activity listed, missions. That's it. Missions. Total expenditures in the region, $1.7 million. Again, this is Schedule F Part I. Region is Ukraine. Number of offices in the region, 1. Number of employees in the region, 0. Type of activities, a donation. We gave a donation to somebody in Ukraine. How much? $58,576. Also, another donation in the British Virgin Islands. Number of offices in the region, 1. Number of employees in the region, 3. And a donation of $20,000. That's it. That's all the more description we get. Money. Go down the way here. We'll see business transactions, Elevate Island Management. So we're paying apparently the people who manage the island. G-Force Mastermind, GFM. It says GFM is owned by Brittany Turner, president of filing organization. GFM is membership fees are paid to GFM for veterans for the Healing Summit. All transactions are at arm's length and FMV. I don't know what FMV means. Does anybody know what that means? Somebody who knows this kind of material better. Then scroll down here, Aerial Development Group. ADG is owned by an S corporation that is 100% owned by Brittany Turner, president. There you go. Now, again, I'm not saying anything shady is going on here. Mainly what I'm showing you here is as soon as Tim Ballard is involved in an organization, it starts bringing in big money. And maybe because they're doing good work and they need lots of money, in which case, good for them. It just so happens that this is happening at the same time Tim Ballard's being kicked out of Operation Underground Railroad, or invited to resign, or negotiated to resign, or to leave in exchange for not talking smack about OUR and so on and so forth, allegedly. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Aerial Recovery's mission is to save lives and stop evil. But that's a broad mission. That's the way to go. Go for a broad mission description. Aerial Recovery's most significant activities are to train and deploy humanitarian special operators to effectively respond to natural disasters and man-made disasters and combat sex trafficking. Made up of veterans and first responders from their Heal the Heroes initiative, Aerial tackles some of the most difficult rescue and response missions across the globe. Aerial Recovery focuses on 3 core pillars, which all work together to accomplish the charity's mission. 1, the first pillar is the Heal the Heroes initiative, which gives veterans and first responders who are struggling an opportunity to heal and find their purpose again. Heal the Heroes is a 1-year program that starts by focusing on healing, retraining, and repurposing these heroes into what we call humanitarian special operators. Throughout the course of the program, anyways, do you see here the language that wrote Operation Underground Railroad's original purpose and mission from 2015? I mean, this is Tim Ballard almost. If I were to guess, and I don't have to, but if I had to, and I don't, Tim Ballard wrote this. This is way over explaining what they're doing. And like I said, when in Ken Krog's organization that was being run, it was like, we educate people about trafficking. Keep it broad, keep it general, keep it easy to define. How do you do that? We have a website. We made a TV show and gave it away for free. We have a YouTube channel. We have a anything. And we invest all of our resources into that said thing. And then if you decide that thing isn't working, you can shift it to something else. Keep it broad. It's a pretty specific mind that says, no, we have to write up about what it is that the company does and how heroic it is and how we go in, we're first response, we're first on the ground, and we're there to blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, it's wild. Meanwhile, you have a Form 990 explanation for the next box. Brittany Turner and Jeremy Locke are married. There you go. That's the kind of disclosures you're looking for when you're running an organization here. Don't get mired in the weeds. The organization will provide the Form 990 to the board prior to filing starting next year. The board of directors is required to sign conflicts of interest disclosure annually, etc. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with when it comes to aerial recovery. And again, maybe they are everything that they claim that they are. And if they are, good for them. 2023. Now, mind you, this organization, we don't yet have a 2024 filing. It's due. If they're still operating, this is 2026 now, we should see 2024 if aerial recovery is still operating in any region. Most recent filing from aerial recovery is from 2023. And I promise we're going to leave this and then we're going to get into something more interesting. If it opens. You guys still with me there? It may take a minute. You can look at me while we wait for this to load. Amen. I promise this gets more interesting. I've got a little out of order here, but we're still doing it. It's still going to work. We're still doing it. All right. Aerial recovery for 2023. Same address in Tennessee. They did change addresses at some point. Contributions, 3.6 million the prior year, which was the one we were just looking at. Current year, closer to 3 million. Once again, aerial recovery's mission is to save lives and stop evil. This is now moved to this section, the purpose, the summary of the organization. Through the innovative creation and deployment of humanitarian special operators, aerial recovery brings together selected veterans and first responders who, after overcoming their own challenges, are ready to serve others on a global scale. So at least they convinced them to shorten it down. Now you look at here in 2023, this is the most recent one, and you see that the first slot is Brittany Turner. Not second, who is spending 20 hours a week working on this organization. Okay. All right. Then you have Jeremy Locke, vice president and COO, spending 40 hours a week working on this organization. Okay. John Witherspoon, secretary, is working 20 hours a week. For Tori Broyles, Morgan Ortegas, Joseph McCabe, Rosemary Saklis or Kalkis. Somebody correct me. How would you say that? Brett James, Brett Harmling, no Tim Ballard. Oh, falling out, hey? Okay. So, but yet, I swear in 2023 and later, I have seen Tim Ballard wearing aerial recovery hats and merch. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's recycling old footage. Maybe sometimes he just grabs the nearest hat, throws it on. But I'm telling you, I'm pretty certain Tim Ballard's still promoting aerial recovery. Now, you scroll down here, you're gonna see large amounts of money going out in expenses, and some of these are pretty vague. Total revenue, $3 million. Total expenses, $2.7 million. So, they're keeping some cash on hand. That's responsible. That makes sense. Their assets or fund balances at the beginning of the year worth are 800, basically 800 grand. So they still have money. They're still bringing in money. That Tim Ballard is no longer the masthead. Tim Ballard is no longer how they're promoting it. It just happens to be that this is 2023, the same year that they receive apparently $50,000 from the Spear Fund, a distribution from the Spear Fund, from Ken Krogh, sending it over there. Whether that's Ken Krogh's personal money or he's getting it from somewhere else, I don't know for sure. My understanding was one thing. I don't know what, but I don't know. And it's the same year that Tim Ballard's getting kicked out of the Mormon Church and he's getting basically forced out of OUR. And lo and behold, it's the year that they take him off the masthead. But again, remember where I said that there were plenty of places where you're seeing large amounts of money going out and not a lot of descriptions? Any one of those could be, paid an organization, a shell company or whatever, wrote a check, wrote a sponsorship. And if Tim Ballard happened to get a check out of that, nobody's the wiser. It seems to me anyways. And again, I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying allegedly that could have happened. Other assets: Heal the Heroes rental deposits, $196,000. Heal the Heroes program deposits, $29,000. Let's see here. There was something else I wanted to show you on this one particularly. I'm trying to get there. Oh yeah, here we go. Again, we have, this is grants and other assistance to other organizations, like bringing money in, money goes back out, and again, some of these descriptions, man. For example, in India, there's a grant to a nonprofit organization, Free a Girl, to fund a training program to support anti-human trafficking operations in India. Amount $41,030. Manner of cash disbursement, check. That's it. In Colombia, donation to support an anti-human trafficking mission in Central America, $14,000 and $14,800. Ukraine, donation to a nonprofit organization, Mame Project in Ukraine, delivering humanitarian aid and rescuing children from the front lines, $10,000. Over here, again, this is activities outside the United States. Colombia, number of offices in Colombia, 0. Number of employees, 0. Type of activities, a donation. Activity listed as a program or service, it's anti-human trafficking mission support. Amount, $14,824. Ukraine, 0 offices, 0 employees. It's a donation. Humanitarian aid and rescuing children from front lines, $10,000. British Virgin Islands, number of offices, 1. Number of employees, 3. Type, program services, animal rescue and equine healing. They go out and they ride horses. And total expenditures for the region, $290,541. This is not salaries that that's separate. India, 0 offices, 0 employees. Donation for training programs, support for anti-human trafficking, $41,000. So again, we go at this line by line all day. There's plenty of places here where a disbursement of cash could go anywhere. And frankly, it takes some serious allegations, some serious testimony, as I understand it, to get the IRS to even look at any of these things, to run an audit on an organization. Somebody has to raise a pretty massive red flag for the IRS to send an auditor and say, who's this money going to? And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that the IRS is going to do anything like refer for criminal prosecution. Likely, they're just going to say, okay, well, that's taxable, so you have to pay taxes on it. Uncle Sam wants his money. Uncle Sam gets his money, and who knows what happens after that. It's got to come down to something pretty egregious, is my understanding. And again, I am not an attorney. I'm not a tax attorney. I'm not an accountant. Again, we're paying Elevate Island Management. EIM is owned by Brittany Turner, president of filing organization. The amount of the transaction, $507,000. G-Force Mastermind, that's their, shall we say, training organization, $69,000. Aerial Development Group, also owned by Brittany Turner, $0, but the filing organization, yeah. So anyways, so those are disclosures. Hey, look, I think it's great that they're at least, they're complying, as far as I can tell, with the law to some extent, and saying, look, the woman who owns these organizations, she has good money. She has money, and she gets paid for what she does. All right, I'm not saying nobody can get paid. I'm just saying there's some places here where you could hide some money going out. Okay, explanation. On an annual basis during either the Q4 or Q1 board meeting, Aerial Recoveries Board. Oh yeah, no, that's we don't. Yeah, that's all basic conflict of interest stuff, basically. I think. Okay. Now I told you all of that to tell you this. So we've gone over Operation Underground Railroad's filings, or we've at least looked at them. Yeah, yeah. We've looked at Spear Fund. We've looked at and now we've looked at Aerial Recovery Group, and we know that at least some years, Aerial Recovery Group, owned by this woman, Brittany Turner, and her husband, Jeremy Locke. And again, I'm not suggesting they've done anything wrong. All I'm saying is they were working with Tim. He's listed at the top of the masthead, and they start bringing in a lot of money. Then he's not really being looked at, not part of the masthead. That's like agency speak, because I come from the marketing world. Is that how you describe it in the charitable world? I don't know. I run a nonprofit organization, but it's a church. And we are a church, by the way, in case you didn't know. It's the big money starts coming in. Then the very next year, when all these sexual misconduct allegations start flying around and Sound of Freedom comes out, Tim Ballard's name starts getting talked about in the press, including with this context that says, sometimes he may take women around with him and operate with a couple's ruse where he pretends that they are his girlfriend or spouse, his wife, and trains them on how to pretend like they're interested in purchasing trafficking kids, or where he can at least pretend that that's what he does, but that his spouse wouldn't like it if she were to find out, so that he can supposedly confuse these traffickers into, helping him to find kids to rescue. So by the time that the details of all that come out, it looks pretty bad. I will say, as a person observing it from the outside, we were all there watching it, and it was pretty bad. I want to refer to you a little bit here before we go on to look at the Tim Ballard Foundation and its money. I want to just bring up for you again this Vice News article. Yes, Mormons, we're going to look at the Vice News article. But Vice News is a tabloid. Maybe. And yet, this is where we are learning the information that we're finding out about Tim Ballard, that the more you look into it, the more true it sounds. We just looked at all these tax filings for Aerial Recovery. You guys can see this, yes? Yeah. This is an article from November 21st, 2023. Remember the year that Ken Krog's organization, Liberty and Light, which is also the Spear Fund, which was at one point Equity Fund, that they gave 51 grand to Aerial Recovery. At this point in 2023, Tim Ballard was listed number one in Aerial Recovery's tax filings in the year that they had made first couple of years that they had been making millions of dollars coming in. Also, at the same time, I think it's worth mentioning again, at the same time that my cousin, it's not actually my cousin, I mean, somewhere we're related, everybody's related to trees somewhere up the line. Troy Rawlings, not Rollins, I'm a Rollins. Troy Rawlings up in Utah has been running an organization, or running an investigation, into all of the seemingly fraudulent activities associated with Tim Ballard and or Sean Reyes and all their sundry organizations and persons in Utah and donors looking in, who obviously at that point have been complaining to somebody, gathering the ear of the Davis County Davis County what do you call it, prosecutor. Is that the word? Isn't I think they call them county attorneys. I forget the exact name. But anyway, Troy Rawlings starts looking into, is OUR a scam? And right around that same time, you see Tim Ballard's name starting to show up at Aerial Recovery. By 2023, when the investigation closes with basically a report that is just smoking hot, I mean, just slanderous and really, well, not slanderous. That's not the right word. That's a legal term. Um, it's shocking. It's scandalous. That's the word I'm looking for. Everything from images of Tim Ballard and his psychic friend Janet Russin. You have transcripts of psychic readings where she is communicating with somebody named Nephi. We have all these people, snarky ex-Mormons like me, saying, "Oh, he's talking to the prophet from the Book of Mormon, Nephi." On the other side, he's eventually. My understanding is Tim Ballard would say, "You guys don't you mock." But you don't even know what you're talking about. Nephi isn't this guy from the isn't the Nephi from the Book of Mormon. It's my grandfather who has passed on. Okay, sorry, Tim. You're talking to your grandpa through a psychic. I mean, there's like a whole passage in the Old Testament about not doing this. In any event, is it though? I've often said, isn't it that you shouldn't do it? Anyways, so this is Vice News. You guys can still see this? Yeah. All right. Marine veteran sues Tim Ballard and OUR over sexual assault claims. Injuries suffered in training. Bree writer, a Marine veteran. We're not going to read the whole article. It's an interesting article. I just want to read you a couple of parts of it. A Marine veteran and social worker who previously spoke to Vice News under a pseudonym about her experiences with Operation Underground Railroad has filed suit in Utah's 3rd District against Tim Ballard. This is one of the lawsuits, by the way, that gets thrown out. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen, and it doesn't mean that we can't cover what was claimed in the lawsuit. We can still talk about it. And all of these are allegations. Nobody is guilty, should be considered guilty of anything until proven so in a court of law, etc. About her experiences with OUR has filed suit. A copy of the complaint, reviewed by Vice News, alleges, among other things, that Cooper, that's Matthew Cooper, Tim Ballard's right-hand man, committed sexual assault and battery, that Cooper, Ballard, and OUR conspired to commit battery, and that Cooper and Ballard committed fraud. Ryder is represented by the attorneys who have filed a series of previous lawsuits against Ballard and OUR. The first was brought by women who say they were subjected to sexual coercion while on purported anti-trafficking missions with Ballard. A married couple has also filed suit, alleging that Ballard and OUR's behavior led to their separation. That allegedly, and almost certainly, is Celeste Boris and Michael Boris. Ryder's lawsuit centers on sexual misconduct she says took place when she was volunteering for OUR as an undercover operative, and on the disastrous eye and facial injuries she sustained during a training exercise in which her orbital bone was destroyed. Ballard, a PR representative, said to represent him, and the Spear Fund, a new anti-trafficking organization. Again, they've existed at this point as equity funds since 2018. How much money has Tim Ballard been getting paid out of that organization? I don't think we rightly know if it has been. If this is, if Equity Fund ever had anything to do with anti-trafficking or OUR at all prior to its becoming Liberty and Light. I forget the year. Was that 2018, 2019? A new anti-trafficking organization with which he's affiliated did not immediately respond to requests for comments, nor did Cooper or OUR. Remember, this time, 2023, OUR is riding high off of the money and the clout and the fame that's coming off of Sound of Freedom. This is in November. Sound of Freedom came out on the 4th of July. Still to this day, up until this point, you have Mormons like Quick Media, which is Greg Mattson, Ward Radio, no longer calling itself Midnight Mormons, are talking about how people are slandering Tim Ballard and saying these awful things about Tim Ballard who they know couldn't possibly do any of these things. But then at the same time, we know that by this point in time, donors, board members, people, volunteers, staff members are already are already actively working with Tim Ballard and his representatives to get him out of the organization because of the things they know are going on, or that they are being told are going on. Writers represented by the attorney. Oh yeah, we already read that. But this is where I wanted to get to. That's relevant to this question of who is paying Tim Ballard now. Okay, here we go. Writer previously outlined her experiences to Vice News. The first time she'd ever spoken about this series of events to journalists. She recounted a trip to the British Virgin Islands with Ballard and Cooper, in which she said Ballard relentlessly tried to get her to have sex with Cooper, to whom she had been assigned to, is that grammatically correct? As a couple's ruse partner. Okay, so again, this is where couple's ruse is where they pretend to have sex and to be a couple to try and throw traffickers allegedly off the track. But watch what she claims actually happened in these couples ruse things that were going on in the British Virgin Islands. Or in other words, I think pretty much everybody, this is pretty clear. This is all happening on Brittany Turner's Buck Island, etc. Ryder also said that the trip was essentially a luxury vacation. The group quarantining on a private island. This was during the pandemic. Owned by OUR allies. This is the first time we're seeing that Brittany Turner and or her husband and or other principals are supposedly people who were already involved with Operation Underground Railroad. Following that, Ryder says Ballard and his couple's ruse partner spent hours in bars, massage parlors, and strip clubs across the islands, supposedly looking for evidence of trafficking, while Ryder and Cooper trailed them in a car. Ryder also said that on the apparent say-so of God, Ballard impulsively assigned her to be the primary operative communicating with a suspected trafficker, texting with him from the United States on a burner phone given to her by OUR. Ryder told Vice News that she came to believe that OUR's methods were, quote unquote, creating a market for trafficking victims. This is the criticism of anti-trafficking organizations from the beginning. The man did not appear to have access to trafficked women or underage girls, and she feared that asking him to find young women for a party would lead to women or girls being trafficked who had not been previously. Again, this is what is oftentimes alleged by anti-traffickers and skeptics and critics about the whole creation of Operation Underground Railroad in the operation that is described very badly in the movie Sound of Freedom. OUR has previously denied creating demand for trafficking victims. No, we don't. Nuh-uh. Disquieted by this experience, Ryder returned to the United States and resolved to only remain involved with OUR if she could work on a team that was not headed by Ballard. That led to her attending a training at a CrossFit gym, etc. And that's where we find out more about how she became to be injured, etc. So this is the allegations surrounding what happened in the British Virgin Islands. I just want to mention real quickly while we're here, I'm going to scroll down here to this paragraph. To add to Ballard's woes, the Salt Lake Tribune reported last week that Ballard is also under criminal investigation in Linden, Utah, after one of the women suing him filed a police report there. In response, Ken Krogh, the president of the Spear Fund, a new anti-trafficking group where Ballard is identified as a senior advisor, issued a statement attempting to cast doubt on whether the criminal investigation is real. It is, according to records on which the Tribune reported and which Vice News independently reviewed after filing a public records request with Linden Police. The statement reads in full: "We have not been informed of a complaint by any of the women to law enforcement, nor have we been contacted by a law enforcement agency." Just to give you a little brief, little run in here, a little update on this. Utah's law enforcement agencies kind of played with this, frankly, to a level. I'm going to be very careful about how I say this. There's a man named Adam Herberts in Utah who works for a news agency out there, KUTV. He's been the guy who, apart from Lynn Packer, has been doing the best reporting, the most consistent reporting on OUR. And he had to effectively badger the police to eventually start releasing, required by law, to start releasing information about these police reports, about these police complaints, in which at least one of these women who worked with Tim Ballard, as my understanding goes, and you can look it up if you want. Maybe I'll find it while I'm looking at. Actually, I'm looking up here. Linden report. Tim Ballard. They played along and along and along and along, these law enforcement agencies, saying that we haven't received any complaints from anybody about Tim Ballard. And remember, when Operation Underground Railroad started, their disbursements, the money they were bringing in and then distributing, it was going to Utah law enforcement agencies. It was going to law enforcement agencies around the world. They would give grants to police departments. Police departments and sheriff's offices are supported by taxes, right? But oftentimes they have ways in which they will take money. Can you pay the cops? Sure you can. You can give them money. They'll take it. And you may get a medal or the key to the city for it, right? So, and conflict of interest, who's to say there's any conflict of interest? I found the report here. I'm just going to mention this real quickly. I'm just going to show this to you. I've read this report a little bit. We're not going to go deep into this. And again, these are all allegations. Eventually, the law enforcement agencies in Utah started to, when oversight committees, when Adam Herberts started to get these, their oversight organization in Utah to start hounding the cops to release these reports, or at least give information about it, because they had the women who said, I filed a report. I called the police. They said they filed a report on my behalf. They're lying. The police are lying. They eventually got the police to admit, at least in some cases, at least in one case, that, we had said we'd lost it. We'd said that it wasn't there. We said that there was no report. We said there might have been a report, but we lost it. Now it turns out the actual truth is we didn't. Here it is. And the woman who ran, I'm not going to pull it up here, but the woman who was in charge of that oversight committee, you'll have to watch the video. You can look it up. Staring at the lawyer and laughed out loud like this. Ha! It was almost exactly like, as I recall. This is just me remembering, like a couple years later. So, ha! I mean, basically, the police just had to admit, yeah, there's a criminal complaint, but we didn't want to tell you. So we basically broke the law, allegedly. Anyway, detectives arranged a meeting the next day. This is the reporting from NBC News. This is the article titled "Police Investigating Sexual Assault Allegation Against Sound of Freedom to Inspiration Tim Ballard." It is the first known criminal investigation amid assault claims made against Ballard by 6 women in 2 lawsuits. To the best of my knowledge, all these lawsuits have been dismissed, but that's to say nothing about criminal complaints. And to the best of my knowledge, the police still just have refused to do anything about this. And, well, at least no. Okay, let me be careful about how I say this. It's to the best of my knowledge, no charges have been made against Tim Ballard for this, and maybe what we're about to read isn't even true. But why would somebody file a complaint like this, and why would they go to the press? There are people who have said these women. There, are, I don't even like to report this, but there are people in OUR's orbit, and especially in the Mormon circuit, in the Mormon podcaster circuit, who have basically said, you know how some women are. Basically, is where they go with it. I won't repeat it all. It's that disgusting. Anyways, the woman made the sexual assault claim against Tim Ballard to police in Linden on November the 1st. According to a police report the Salt Lake Tribune obtained through a records request. Detectives arranged a meeting the next day, according to the report, which did not detail anything further about the investigation. All I can say is that there was an interview. The case is ongoing. It's an active investigation, Linden Police Chief Mike Brower confirmed with the newspaper Wednesday. Ballard, founder of Operation Underground Railroad, already faces a lawsuit by 5 women who say he sexually manipulated, abused, and harassed them on overseas trips designed to lure and catch child sex traffickers. Remember what we were just reading about Bree Ryder. It wasn't clear whether the woman who contacted the police is one of the 5 from that lawsuit. It was Celeste Boris, a woman who alleges in a separate lawsuit filed with her husband. Oh wait, no, that's the Celeste Boris one. That's right. The Linden one is another person. With her husband that Ballard sexually assaulted her or someone else. The Salt Lake Tribune did not identify the woman, citing its policy not to identify sexual assault victims without their permission. It was not clear what may have happened in Linden to involve police in a town of about 10,000. So we won't go over too much about that. But again, because we've been covering it here, Ballard has denied sexual assault allegations, of course, and innocent until proven guilty, etc., and did so again in a statement by Ken Krogh, president of the Spear Fund, an anti-trafficking organization. The fact that a purported criminal complaint has been leaked to the media is even further evidence of the true intent behind this charade, Krogh said in a statement. It is designed to stir up a media frenzy to harm the reputation of Mr. Ballard and to impede his and others' efforts to fight sex trafficking industry. Ballard resigned from Operation Underground Railroad amid sexual assault allegations. Now, this is the Spear Fund. This is Ken Krogh, who again was a guy who was at this time either running or accelerating to running these conferences for Tom Harrison, Mr. Visions of Glory, where they had people speaking like Tim Ballard, people like Jody Hildebrandt, a couple other people who worked at OUR at the time, the guy who was running Fight the New Drug, etc. Now let's get back to the money situation. In any event, so that's all happening right around this time. This is 2023, end of 2023. All right. Remember this little page here? This is the government page. I'm just making sure that I'm still showing this. I'm going to go ahead and reset this. Let's look up one more, shall we? Let me go ahead and pull this up. Now, here's an interesting thing. Maybe I'll pull this up. tbfrescue.org. Let's look at it. This is the Tim Ballard Foundation. Whenever you see Tim Ballard Foundation, chances are you're either looking at Tim Ballard or a guy named Matt Cooper. Remember Matt Cooper? And you're going to see this organization has a much better fleshed out website than some of these other organizations, certainly better than the Spear Fund. They've got news, they've got, images, God's Children Not for Sale. It's basically taken from the movie which is owned by Angel Studios, which again, maybe it's all true. Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I get things wrong. I do sometimes. You can make a donation. Donate once. You can donate monthly. You can donate through PayPal or Venmo. You can watch these reports with Tim Ballard, giving interviews at different places in Israel and so forth. You got Tim Ballard, Sueda crisis in August 9th, 2025. So this is him allegedly working with, not allegedly, really. I mean, I think this is pretty clear. He is working in Syria, on the border of Syria and Israel, with the Druze population. If you don't know, the Druze are people who live on the border between Syria and Israel. They are not ethnically Jewish, as I understand it, but they do have basically a covenant with the government of Israel that Israel can conscript their young men for a couple of years, I believe, at least for a period of time, into the Israeli Defense Force to protect Israel. Since Bashar al-Assad's government has collapsed, Syria has basically descended into civil war. Again, these are all my interpretations of the events going on, and so forth. And it's hell over there. It's a real mess. Supposedly, Tim Ballard is running operations out there and in Ukraine, etc. Now, remember what we've been looking at in terms of Ukraine and aerial recovery. I mean, big money gets moved into these operations. In any event, this is you guys can still see the screen, yes? Okay. You scroll down to the bottom of the Tim Ballard Foundation. Supposedly you can donate, as you saw up there, you can donate to the Tim Ballard Foundation. But if you look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see that it says, of the page, it says address location DBA of Red Rock Foundation, Inc. In other words, Tim Ballard Foundation is not even called Tim Ballard Foundation according to the government. Or at least, but it's doing business as Tim Ballard Foundation. Now, this has been years that Tim Ballard's been promoting Tim Ballard Foundation. Supposedly, this is his org. Now that Spear Fund, who knows what happened to them. Now that OUR, he can't have anything to do with them. Aerial Recovery has taken him off of their official paperwork, at least off the top slots, the slots where he's officially staff. Who knows if he's receiving money from them, and distributions as grants, etc. Maybe all that money's going to the Tim Ballard Foundation. Maybe the Tim Ballard Foundation is the nonprofit that is receiving all of this, that is receiving money from all these other shell companies and or non-shell companies, these other organizations. Maybe they all collect the money and pay it to Tim Ballard Foundation. Tim Ballard Foundation pays Tim Ballard. Let's find out. And paste the EIN number for Tim Ballard Foundation, hit search, and you'll find Red Rock Foundation, Inc. in Eagle Mountain, Utah. Cool. Form 990N. Oh, here we can see publication 78 data. This is basically the acknowledgement from the government that this is a tax-deductible organization. Okay, Form 990N, e-postcard. Organizations who have filed a 990N, e-postcard, annual electronic notice. Most small organizations that receive less than $50,000 fall into this category. This is it. Tim Ballard Foundation, doing, or I should say, Red Rock Foundation, doing business as Tim Ballard Foundation. This is their tax receipt since the organization was founded. Tax period, it's saying, is 2024. It has gross receipts, not greater than $50,000. All right. Maybe in 2025 they've been operating at a high level, and we just don't have the reporting on it. But this organization, they barely exist by the tax filings. Now, so where's the money? Where is all the money? Now, remember, a lot of these distributions of money, I'm not saying that I know that anything for a fact that Tim Ballard has been receiving money in this way. But a lot of these distributions are sponsorships, donations, operating expenses, mission expenses occurring in Colombia, Ukraine, Israel. There are a lot of organizations overseas, and we're talking about quantities and, frankly, millions of dollars, it would seem, every year. So we don't know who's on the receiving end of those monies, at least not by the tax filings so far. Tim Ballard Foundation, who knows? Maybe they're just getting started. Maybe they're having trouble, whatever the reason may be. Maybe 2025 was a landmark year for them and they kicked off, and we won't know until there are filings for 2025. Okay, maybe that's it. But we will notice that the principal officer's name and address is Matthew Cooper, 2282 East Valley Drive in Eagle Mountain, Utah. I'm not doxing anybody. This is on the public tax filings. Mailing address is 2282 East Valley Drive, Eagle Mountain, Utah, 84005, United States. Let's plug that into Google. This is publicly available information anybody can look up. Okay, so there's a little flag right here, as it is from outer space. This is the address of Red Rock Foundation, also known as the Tim Ballard Foundation. If I take my little drop-em dude, and drop him right on the road there in Eagle Mountain. Let's go. There you have it. This is your organization right here. Now, it's not uncommon for people who have small organizations to run them out of their basement, run them out of the garage. You have less than $50,000 in gross receipts. What are you going to do? Run it out of the doghouse if you have to, whatever. But this is Eagle Mountain. I don't know who lives here. It says Matt Cooper lives here. I don't know. I don't know where Matt Cooper lives. I don't know Matt Cooper. I know that what I know about Matt Cooper is what we hear from Bree Ryder. Also, what I know about Matt Cooper, or think I know, and who knows what I actually know. Maybe I don't know anything. Allegedly. Is that I have this file on my computer from another report I did a couple of months ago, where we were talking about these operations with the people of the Druze community. The clip is called That Facebook Rabbit Hole about Matt Cooper, Tim Ballard, Brady McIntyre, Max Place, Andy Chudd, Druze Connection. Let's watch. This is on Matt Cooper's Facebook page.
So Matthew, thank you for coming and supporting us. But I really want to know and want to listen from you. Why did you go to Sweden? I know that you went to Sweden, right?
Yes, yeah.
So the name of the place is Sueda. That is that community, that town in Syria where the Druze people live, and where supposedly Tim Ballard has been running operations out there in Israel. Is Israel/Syria.
I work with the Tim Ballard Foundation. Tim and I became aware of the situation in Sweden as soon as it started happening. We made trips to Israel and met with Druze community there. We're learning about the situation. And we tried 3 times to go. On the 3rd time, we just got in taxis. We drove into Syria, drove down to Sweden to observe the situation so that we become witnesses of why we need a corridor. A humanitarian corridor. So
Do you represent yourself or represent an organization?
Yeah, I represent the Tim Ballard Foundation.
And one more question. Why are you here today?
Well, my friends at AidPack invited me. You know, they have this wonderful booth. They're teaching people about Sweden, about the rights.
Come again? Hold up. Now, I don't want to be that guy, but we're going to rewind this here. Say again.
And one more question. Why are you here today?
Well, my friends at AIDPAC invited me. They have.
Matt Cooper's allowed to have friends. Tim Ballard's allowed to have friends. I'm even allowed to have friends. Do I have any friends out there? I have friends in the Mormon Church. I have friends in the Church of Satan. I did, or the Satanic Temple. Excuse me, the Satanic Temple. I have friends at various atheist organizations. I have friends who have gone to prison, as many people do. Right? Everyone's allowed to have friends, including Matt Cooper. Matt Cooper is standing inside an AIPAC booth at a Republican convention in California, where people there are at an expo basically to raise money for Republican events and causes, and associated causes. And he's there allegedly to raise money for the Tim Ballard Foundation, which apparently needs it because they have, last reporting, less than $50,000 in gross receipts. Same, right? Church of Horror, far less than $50,000. I assure you of that. Although I don't have to prove it in tax filings because we're a church, and that doesn't bother anybody, not at all. Anyways, I'm not saying that Bibi Netanyahu has been funding Tim Ballard at all, but Tim Ballard spends a lot of time in Israel, allegedly. His boy Matt Cooper, who runs Tim Ballard Foundation, says he is in California at an AIPAC booth, saying that AIPAC invited him to come out here and start talking to people about the Druze community in Sweden.
This wonderful booth. They're teaching people about Sweden, about the rights of the people in Sweden, and they wanted me to come here and be a witness of someone who has seen that firsthand, what's happening there. So.
Thank you. Matthew.
I just want to say for a second here, while they're talking, look at my dude over here on the right. My dude over here on the right is with the Druze community. This woman, she is also with the Druze community. She lives here in the U.S., is my understanding. I don't know much about her. In fact, I've forgotten her name. Oh wait, I think this is her, Rania Fidel. Yeah, and but they're there representing the Druze community as well they should. That makes total sense. It seems like these people could use some help. Not sure why they have to fundraise in the United States. I mean, they literally have a blood covenant, I believe is how they call it, to defend Israel. Bibi Netanyahu should be drumming these people up money, and support in unfathomable quantities. But apparently they're in California looking to raise money, and Matt Cooper is there.
If there is one message that you want.
Oh, but yes, my man on the right, he looks bored to tears. The woman who's doing this interview, Rania, she often does interviews with either Tim Ballard or other people associated with Tim Ballard, with the organization there. And again, she doesn't seem to have. I'm not criticizing her at all. I'm just saying, watch what happens here. Watch what happens next. That's what I'll say.
Want to deliver to the people of Sweden now that they are under starvation siege and very hard situation. What would you tell them?
I would tell them, don't give up. We're coming. We're working with U.S. Congress. We're putting as much pressure as we can on officials to open the corridor. Open the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your supporting
You
us.
want an shorts, right?
Really appreciate that. Supporting the Druze and support all the people who has a problem in the world. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Rada. Is it Rada? Hi. She's like, you wanted it short, right? Are you? How did she know? She thought it was over. She thought she'd done her job, and you did. Rania, is it Rania? Rania, you did a great job, but apparently they wanted to go on, and whoever posted this either doesn't speak enough English to know this, or doesn't have video editing skills, or doesn't care. I mean, they just put this out on Facebook.
Thank you.
So Matthew, thank you for
Anyways, I found that amusing. So, anyways, that's from another show we did. Don't want to go hammering you all with more and more information. Told you all that to show you this. This is the news. And I've already closed the window. But this is a new report that recently came out about our rescue. Now, after Tim Ballard left, our Operation Underground Railroad, frankly, how shall I say it? It was amazing how they kind of disappeared from the Utah landscape and the Mormon landscape. They moved offices. They're still technically based out of Sandy, Utah, is my understanding. Or at least their tax filings as recently as 2024 show that they are still based out of Sandy, Utah. But they had other presidents and CEOs and a lot of shuffling around. And eventually they landed on a former member of the organization, a person who had worked in the organization who became the CEO. This is the Washington Post article. Where's the NPR article? Here we go. I want to show you this NPR article that just came out on the 12th of August. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Oh, here, let me add. I have to share my screen. Let's go with sharing a window. No, let's go with sharing the entire screen, including the audio. Okay, you guys see my screen now? Cool, got it. Oh, we don't need to be looking at whoever's house that is anymore. Okay, here we go. This is NPR, everybody's favorite. Don't fall asleep. This is actually a pretty good article. This is immigration. This is the immigration section of the of NPR, an article dated August 12th, 2026. And the title is Controversial Group Wins $158 million Contract to Represent Unaccompanied Immigrant Children. Now, mind you, this is an organization founded by Tim Ballard, who often talks about how he worked for the Department of Homeland Security, or HSI. He was an ICE agent. That's what Tim Ballard was. You know what an ICE agent is? Tim Ballard was an ICE agent. That's what his job was. But what did he do with ICE? Exactly what you think he did. He was an ICE agent. He wasn't, some high-end operative. He was an ICE agent. The Trump administration, says the article, has awarded a controversial anti-human trafficking organization a no-bid $158 million contract to provide legal services to unaccompanied migrant children, according to a notice posted Friday by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Utah-based Our Rescue, previously known as Operation Underground Railroad, says it helps law enforcement perform sting operations to catch human traffickers and rescue survivors. It's unclear if it has immigration lawyers on its staff, although its website says it offers quote-unquote legal support to help prosecute offenders. Our Rescue did not immediately return NPR's request for comment. This is since the 12th. The group was founded by activist Tim Ballard, who was the subject of the 2023 film Sound of Freedom. The movie starring Jim Caviezel was heavily promoted in conservative media as QAnon conspiracies flourished. Within months of the film's release, however, Ballard faced accusations of sexual exploitation himself, etc. Here we go. Down we go. It's now headed by CEO Derek Benner, who previously worked for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, this is a contract to represent children who are being held separated from their families without a legal immigration status in the United States. In a statement to NPR, the Office of Refugee Resettlement, that doesn't sound scary at all, said the contract will run for 6 months from August 7th to February 6th, 2027. So they're in the middle of this distribution. It's $150 million, more than $150 million that our rescue is supposedly getting for 6 months operating cost. Again, to this day, and I've read a bit about this outside of this NPR article. To best of my knowledge, and the best I can find out, checking with my own sources, they do not have any experience with immigration law in terms of representing and protecting children from from the government, or ensuring that they are returned to their families, or that they are repatriated back to the country they came from. This is not what Operation Underground Railroad does. This is not their specialty. And to the best of my knowledge, and maybe I'm wrong, they don't have any lawyers. They don't have any lawyers who work in immigration, at least not, and certainly not with children. Let's see here. ORR is committed to ensuring every unaccompanied immigrant child has legal representation in immigration court, an ORR spokesperson told NPR Wednesday. Michael Lukens, the executive director of the nonprofit organization Amica Center for Immigrant Rights, on Wednesday blasted HHS's decision to award Our Rescue the contract. His organization provided legal services to unaccompanied immigrant children under the previous contract. Quote, HHS is trying to give a contract to a nonprofit that is highly problematic in their history and has no expertise in providing legal services to unaccompanied children, Lukens told NPR. This all to me boils down to children are going to be harmed. And that seems to be the point of a lot of these actions. Now, that's a pretty bold assertion for an attorney or a person who represents a law firm to make. He's saying, as I read it there, well, let me just read it again. This all to me boils down to children are going to be harmed. And that seems to be the point of a lot of these actions. There are currently 24,000 immigrant children in the U.S. who are classified by the federal government as unaccompanied, but only 1,800 are in custody of Health and Human Services. The agency defines them as minors who have no lawful immigration status in the U.S. and who have, quote, no parent or legal guardian in the U.S. available to provide care and physical custody, close quote. The contract with Our Rescue was granted a week after a contract with a group of nearly 100 legal nonprofits to do similar work expired on July 31st. The expiration left attorneys scrambling to figure out how to ensure the minors continued to have legal representation. In a statement to NPR, ORR said it has been using the U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants to provide legal representation to all unaccompanied immigrant children in ORR care since August 5th. That organization will provide legal services until December 31st. That's not a solution, Lukens said. HHS is causing chaos in the system, and that may be on purpose, Lukens said. They let a contract expire. They don't have any long-term contract in place. They're trying to do these sort of gap fillers while also reaching out to unqualified organizations about serving the children. Lukens said Amica Center for Immigrant Rights and other nonprofits continue providing legal representation for their unaccompanied minor clients despite not being paid. He said it is the only way to ensure continuity in legal representation for the minors. The Trump administration had stopped paying the legal nonprofits, including Lukens, back in November, when lawyers refused to turn over confidential information about the children they represented. Lukens said that information was covered by attorney-client privilege and that the nonprofits decided to not apply for a new contract because of those concerns. In other words, these lawyers who represent these kids that have been separated from their families in this immigration status, in their non-status, if you will, they didn't want to give these kids records over to the government when the government demanded them, because they were afraid what the government will do with these kids, if that information about these kids, if they got access to the information that the kids' attorneys have. And so they said, these kids are our clients, and under attorney-client privilege, we don't have to give you any information. But apparently, the incoming administration really wanted it, and so now their contract is expired. They apparently, allegedly, are working pro bono, and the $158 million that would have gone in legal fees to these attorneys who are representing these kids now pro bono, apparently, that's going to Our Rescue, an organization run by a former ICE agent, that was founded by an ICE agent and has no experience representing the legal rights of children. Now, what happens with that money from here? $150 million? That's way more than the amounts that we were looking at with any of these organizations. I think at one point, at its highest point, if my memory serves, OUR was operating at like 4 million. You had then you had Aerial Recovery. When Tim Ballard left there, they were putting in reports of like 3.6 million. This is $158 million going to Our Rescue. As far as I can tell, there's really not, I haven't seen any proof that they're really operating doing just about anything at all. But here's the thing about Our Rescue as it is currently. Remember the name of the person who's running this organization. This is a fact. This is the name of the person. I'm just saying the person has a name. People do have names. Is Derek Benner. Unlike Tim Ballard, Derek Benner worked decades at ICE. I pulled up a brief summary. This was summarized by artificial intelligence. I just told it to you because I ran out of time. So I just told Venice, I said, look, give me a brief description of this. Key positions held by Derek Benner at Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He was Executive Associate Director for Homeland Security Investigations, or HSI, the investigative arm of ICE, with over 9,000 employees and 6,000 plus special agents. Okay, Tim Ballard was a guy out on the streets dealing with, people just like out in the streets. Okay, as far as I know. Apparently, he did train. Tim Ballard was involved in training operations at one point in Colombia, but I don't think that's ever been validated at all. And frankly, the more I learn about that, the more suspicious it seems to me. This guy ran organizations at HSI. Acting Deputy Director of ICE, at one point served as the agency's acting Deputy Director, and oversaw, as an Assistant Director of Domestic Operations, oversaw HSI's 26 domestic field offices. So at least the brief summary, and this does seem consistent with what I have read otherwise, is that this guy worked at least 20 years. I want to say close to 30 years working in DHS operations, and especially working under the previous Trump administration and up until recently when he took over as CEO of Operation Underground Railroad. And now they're getting, or Our Rescue as it's called now, and receiving a windfall of $158 million over the course of 6 months. If all of that money that's supposed to go to representing small children, if all of it went to conflicts of interest, how long would it be before anybody knew? Again, they don't have to file this year's expenses until next year. And you saw how these organizations are reporting distributions of money. to send $100,000, $200,000, $1 million into an organization in a foreign land, in a foreign country, and say we spent it on mission support in such and such in such and such place. It would be nothing. A wire transfer, a check could go anywhere. It could just, they buy assets and move the assets around. It happens in charitable organizations all the time. I'm just saying, we don't know how Tim Ballard's getting paid. When he says that you can go and give money to the Tim Ballard Foundation, to date, it doesn't look like that organization has any money. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in 2025, again, maybe they were, blowing and going and pulling in big bucks, and and Tim's getting paid. But while that's all happening, he is pushing Tim Ballard Foundation on his Instagram, on his, I guess on his Facebook. Apparently, I've been blocked off of his Facebook. If somebody can get in there, let me know if you see what he's posting there now. I'm guessing it's the same stuff he's posting on Instagram. And Tim, if it's not Tim Ballard Foundation, it's Aerial Recovery. Is all that I'm seeing him. In any event, so now I've been gone for 2.5 hours about about all this money, and where all this money's going. While that's happening, the only other thing that I see Tim Ballard doing to promote and raise funds of any kinds in any way that I know of is that he has recently been going out and doing screenings of his new movie, which previously they had called Sound of Freedom 2. Sometimes they still call it Sound of Freedom 2. Apparently it's called The Hidden War. And that movie is a release through Angel Studios. You can get a subscription. Why, I don't know, but I guess if you wanted to watch it, you can get a subscription to Angel. I don't recommend it. I haven't done it. I will say this about Angel Studios, and because I try to be as fair as I can. I thought that their film about Helmut Hubner and Rudy Voba and Karl-Heinz Stieve, the 3 Mormon teens who resisted against the Nazis, I thought it was pretty good. I thought the film was decent and stayed more or less true to the story as I remember it from Rudy Voba's book, Before the Blood Tribunal, which I read when I was a teenager, and I was really impressed with it. I have said before, I was one of the people that reviewed Sound of Freedom when it came out and said then that it was a really good film as far as independent film in terms of production value. But the story of the movie is all lies, as far as I can tell. And that's the real harm, because human trafficking is real. I don't mean to say is real that close together. Human trafficking is real. It does happen, and it's a horrible thing. But glamorizing it almost in a way like Operation Underground Railroad did caused more harm than good. I do think that Bree Ryder is right, and these other anti-trafficking organizations are right when they say that Operation Underground Railroad probably, almost certainly, created demand for trafficking rather than fighting trafficking. And the more I look into it, the more it seems clear that Tim Ballard didn't, his organization was not doing anything like what they claimed. At first, you had Glenn Beck, who apparently put the first money into this. This was almost Glenn Beck's dream, Operation Underground Railroad, after he had apparently recruited Tim Ballard out of HSI, out of ICE, to come and start what became to head up the Nazarene Fund and also to start Operation Underground Railroad that started all of this. And it was Glenn Beck who eventually in 2023 was the first of these Mormons to come out and say, I think we made a mistake. It turns out, looking into Tim Ballard, is not everything that I had been sold on. And up until that point, the faith people put into Tim Ballard and OUR, and the testimonies, the witnesses that people gave, saying just the most, I mean, frankly, religious testimony about the sacredness of the mission and what they were doing and how they were so glad to be giving huge sums of money. Tons of Mormons in Silicon Valley put huge money into OUR and its operations, confident that they were watching on screen as this organization was rescuing children. And it was years before the first reporting came out, primarily Lynn Packer's reporting, that came out and said, this is an obvious sham. And he was dragged through the mud. All of us who pointed out the problems with this, because I started talking about this way before Sound of Freedom, and anytime that I did, I tell you, I got people saying everything under the sun about me, that I was promoting, human trafficking, that I was endangering children, that I was probably some kind of pervert, that anything under the sun. I was even on yesterday. I was on Zion Media's channel, and I'm not trying to say anything mean about Zion Media. I get why they were doing it, but when they were showing yesterday, if you don't know, Shane Baldwin, who may or may not be, I'm going to say probably not, but apparently claims to have been the Holy Ghost. You're the one you've heard of. He and I have been texting, by the way. We've been talking about possibly doing a live broadcast from going out both to Zion Media, his group, and Hellfire Agency on Sunday, which is my birthday. What's the date today? 21st. Which is my birthday, which means it may not actually happen, or it may have to happen earlier. I forgot about that. So I'm probably going to try and get it done. I'm going to try and convince him to get it done earlier than we had talked about. So maybe around midday. Otherwise, we may have to postpone it. But I did manage to convince him that while I had in our last broadcast about Zion Media, we had Laura Cook, who is one of the dissenters from their group, on the show, and she had said some pretty hard things about Shane, or at least suggested that there were some, that she was talking to people. She actually played the voicemail of somebody, or a recording of somebody who told her that he believed that Shane had contracted killers, Danites who worked for him, who were very passionate and every bit capable of taking somebody out if they displeased Shane, and that because they believed that Shane literally was at one point or another a member of the Godhead, if he told them to do it, it was their obligation to do it. Now, my understanding from the coverage that Shane did yesterday on Zion Media was that he, of course, claims that this is absurd. And he even highlighted that Laura had said on our show, and to her credit, she did say, as far as I know, this person who sent me this information, I don't know them very well, and they could be crazy. And he's like, well, then why are you reporting on it? I said, and I was like, okay, fair enough. You can criticize that. That makes total sense. But I personally think we should at least be able to talk about it and say, these are things that people are saying, and they apparently don't mind that they're being repeated. We established that, myself and Laura, when we were preparing for this. And I'm like, these people know that they're going to get talked about. All right, and apparently they don't feel like they are in danger of getting hurt, at least not to the point where they feel like that this can't be said, this can't be reported on. Well, all right, then let's put it out there. And then, as soon as we started that live stream last Saturday, I literally, as we were going live here, I sent an email to Zion Media's official email channel, or their channel email, and said, I am Joe Rollins of Hellfire Agency. I comment on your stuff all the time. I said, I'll say to you now, and I have said in comments, I have said it on my broadcast, Everybody I have contacted and talked to at Zion Media has been totally sweet, very nice people. And I have said, and I said it there, you can watch their live stream. Shane actually appreciated this. He himself read it on air, saying, "Well, I really appreciate that you said that, Exmo Joe Church of Korah horror guy." And I'm like, "Cool." And he said, but I think I said before, I think that Zion Media is one of the most important movements in the restoration right now. I'm not the only one who thinks that, but I'm the only one I speak for. Do I believe Shane Baldwin is the Holy Ghost? Obviously not. I do find it. I find it a relief that he was willing to at least take in good humor that I may make jokes about him from time to time, but at least I am confident, as we did with Chief Mitiga, who used to be the one mighty and strong that Shane's group was promoting back in the day, End Times Prophet, though he claims he never made the claim to that title. Okay. The one mighty strong, if you don't know, in Mormon terms, is supposed to be the prophet who's going to usher in the end times Messiah, if you will, who's going to usher in the end of the world. Currently, currently Shane Baldwin pretty unabashedly has been stating that that's him, that he is the Davidic servant, the one mighty and strong, and that at one point or another he was, previous to this life, somebody who, as I understand it, held a priesthood office that was Holy Ghost, that he and in a video released by Zion Media a few months ago, I wish I had that. Maybe I do have that somewhere here. That the story of the Holy Ghost is one in which he was the instrument of God to create the heavens and the earth. Maybe I can pull it up on their YouTube channel. And that he became Abel, the son of Adam and Eve. And that as Abel, he was slain by his brother Cain. There it is. I found it. Maybe I should just show this. Oh, it came. Wow, this came up as the first. Oh no, that's not it. Sorry. Zion Media, Holy Ghost, Abel. And that when Cain slew Abel, that his blood went into the earth, and that blood eventually emerged again from the earth in the form of Jesus Christ. And so there's this, without stating it publicly on the face, there is this implication that got made when when Shane started talking this way, and then Zion Media, whoever made that video, released that video immediately after to at least signal inside the community that Shane is not only claiming to be the Holy Ghost, but he's also claiming to be the second coming of Christ. And I don't know Shane to have ever said that, even though I have talked to him privately, and I'm not saying what I have or haven't heard. Well, I am saying that I haven't heard that from him privately, but I will say that what impressed me, and you guys know, to some controversial effect, I will have people on my program, on the Church of Korahor's program, who claim to speak for God. And because we got to at least have these conversations, okay? Otherwise, otherwise we just throw barbs at each other behind each other's backs. And, for all we know, everybody could get along and we could just have conversations about these things. It's when it gets pushed into darkness, I'm convinced, that people start talking and saying things that are violent or things that are dangerous. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and we're going to find out. But in any event, I can't seem to find this actual video yet. In any event, but you're welcome to go and look at Zion Media. So Point is this: we need to be able to have conversations where we can talk about the controversies and where we can talk about what people are claiming. Inside the Mormon movement, there are a lot of people who feel lost. I went on their program yesterday. I had a great time. Well, I did go on their program. I was in the comments section and I was leaving comments and they were highlighting them to their credit. And Shane was personally highlighting them, and David Douglas, who I've had one phone conversation with, and now we are texting. This is now a couple of text message chains we've had. Nice guy, really nice guys. If they are Danites who are committing blood atoning people, I couldn't be blood atoned by nicer people. And maybe all that's not true. Shane Baldwin certainly claims it's not true. But that is the language that you expect to hear from pretty violent characters inside the Mormon sphere. So I am a little bit careful, but so far I'm not convinced they're hurting anybody or wanting to. They just talk really big. They talk a big game because, well, I mean, they've made some pretty big claims. But then I don't know what gets said behind closed doors. But what I find right now, as I look at it from the outside, for like the better part of a decade, especially when it comes to Mormon men, and this is me offering an opinion, let's call it that, an assessment of my personal opinion. A lot of Mormon men, it seems to me, feel very emasculated. They feel like in this modern world, they compete with women in the workplace. They compete with women for relationships. And they don't feel respected in the way that they feel their fathers and grandfathers were. And it's driven a lot of men, it seems to me, in the Mormon church to feel really lost. And I think, and there really are victims of mixed messaging, of messages that are being given to them that say your feelings of emasculation, your feelings of loneliness are not your fault necessarily, but they are the consequences of your behavior. They are the just judgments of God. And this is the reason why I've been talking about Fight the New Drug for years. At one point, I was going to make a whole documentary. Well, I was making a documentary about Mormons and sex that I kind of had to abandon because I ran out of money and time. But I was communicating with Fight the New Drug, with people at the organization. I was communicating with people in the organization or associated with the organization as much as I could find out about this organization. Because I was very worried about their going into schools and holding basically revivals where they taught children that to look at smut on the internet was akin to experimenting with cocaine or heroin or alcohol. And that, to me, even with the best of intentions, is stupidly dangerous. Even if that's what you believe, to teach that to children and indoctrinate them into that false, ascientific doctrine and ideas is taking what was a bad situation for Gen X kids like me inside the Mormon church. I grew up in the Mormon church. I was told outright by Cleon Skousen in person at a convention. I've told this story before. I'm sorry for repeating stories, but sometimes I have to because we get new people. That if your parents basically had HBO in the house, if your mom took you to the grocery store where you, sitting in the basket, saw the scantily clad women on the cover of People magazine or Cosmopolitan on the aisle, what in my generation they called softcore pornography, you were the next Ted Bundy. And this was told to me at a conference. This is where my obsession with true crime really started. In a conference where they showed us, where Cleon Skousen showed us this the final interview given by Ted Bundy with James C. Dobson of Focus on the Family, and perhaps one of the most vile people in the history of the world, in my opinion. These were people who pioneered making a business out of the gullibility of faithful people. And far from relishing in it or laughing at it, though I make light, I make jokes, I think it's stupid dangerous, because it hurts people so badly to try and convince them of danger, spiritual danger, that they are not actually in. So I'm not trying to mock anybody. When I was in there and they were showing footage, Shane was showing clips of my interview with Laura. Totally fair. And I thought that he did a great job. In fact, they made a commercial for their Oracle app based on things that Laura and I had said about how this app actually knew an awful lot about us. And they put music behind it. It was obviously meant to be a dig on the Church of Korihor. It was meant to make fun of us. And I absolutely loved it. And I said so in the comments. I'm saying so now. And I've told Shane personally, talking to him, like, I thought that was really good. I thought it was well done. I mean, I would have done differently but I said it was snarky, it was funny, and it was clever, and fair enough. I hit you, you hit me back. That's great. And frankly, what I did was so much meaner. I felt I did try to do it. I tried to be as fair as possible, but I did say, if Shane wants to come on my program and push back, he's welcome. And to his credit, he responded through his team. And then they told me, Shane wants you to have his phone number so you can text him directly. And we've been texting back and forth. And so far, the summary of it has been, he said, I think you're a really cool guy. I've now been introduced to some of your programming, to what you're doing at the Church of Korihor. I think you're funny. I think that this is really, that some of the things you have to say are really interesting. And I would like to be on your show. And I'd like to invite you on ours. So far, so good. I mean, I was really worried that when I finally had a confrontation with Chief Mitiga, that it would go really badly. And there were moments where he yelled at me, and where, he got up in my face. And I took that. And then, discovered that if I stopped and listened to him and let him say his piece, he would then walk it back and say, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't have yelled at you for this. I'm sorry. I didn't realize, and then we could have a conversation. With Shane, it's been much easier than that. And he's been very fair with me so far. And meanwhile, I have people, texting me going, are you worried? He's going to have me blooded toned? Please. I'd love it. I make jokes about it. But the thing is this, there's a spiritual need out there. And I wouldn't be the first ex-Mormon to say the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has dropped the ball. They are not serving these saints. And these men, especially in this organization, in Zion Media, when they started saying exactly what you expect a Mormon to say, even though their leaders, or what do you call them, the luminaries, if you will, of the Zion Media group, have started to be excommunicated in the way the church does now, which is to say, the church has them trespassed. They send them letters saying that they're not welcome on church property. They're still members of the church, at least in some cases, but instead of just excommunicating them, the church sends them a letter saying, you're not welcome on our properties anymore. Don't show up at the temple. Don't show up at church. And we were been talking about this, actually, Laura and I've talked about this a couple of times since then. In covering this with Shane, I thought it was weird when they first started hearing this, that the church was sending members of the church trespass notices instead of sending them warnings that they were being called into disciplinary courts or courts of love, which I was done. I was excommunicated by a court of love for apostasy. It was a good, healthy experience for me. If I'd have gotten a letter like this, like what Shane Baldwin and his wife got recently, saying you are not welcome at the properties on the buildings that your tithe monies have paid for, I'd be pissed. I'd have been really pissed. And so I'm actually hearing them now in a way that I don't think I had been before. And so I'm glad I'm learning to be more compassionate, to be more to be more interested in this topic. Because something that they had said in reviewing this really struck me. And in my conversation with Laura, I don't remember if we aired this part of the interview, but I said, I had asked her, I said, what did you think about that? That the church sending people a trespass notice instead of excommunicating somebody like Shane, it was like they were excommunicating his whole family. Because he had mentioned, he said, my wife can't show up on church property. I can't show up on a church property. We still want our kids to go to Sunday school. Who's going to teach them to go? Who's going to take them to Sunday school? Are we supposed to send them with a neighbor? Are we supposed to? How are they going to feel going to Sunday school at a church where their mom and dad are not welcome? I thought, wow, that's I'm a little embarrassed I hadn't thought of that. That is stupidly cruel. Now, what is the reason for the trespass? I didn't actually hear that. Thanks for asking that, Debolt. I didn't actually hear that part of that letter, but I don't know if they read it or not on the air. I think they read the whole thing. I don't remember. I don't think they have to really provide a reason, do they? I don't know. But I've been listening to it and I've been watching this, and then when Shane showed clips of the show on Zion Media, and I showed up in the comments, a handful of his, let's say adherents, his supporters, his friends, started making comments about that guy looks like, they said that they would tag me and say, at Hellfire Agency, you look like the kind of guy who looks at things that you're not supposed to, or something like that, some kind of phrase like that, or who looks into things he's not supposed to. And I said, wait, what's that supposed to mean? Is that like a doctrinal thing? Or is that like an accusation, a moral judgment or something? And that's when they said, and that's when they said porn. Are you serious? Right? That was the criticism? We didn't even talk about porn. And I said, why that? And how do you know somebody? Do you not judge somebody and look at them and see whether or not they're the kind of person who does this? Why am I not a kind of person who looks like he drinks alcohol, which I do? Why don't I look like the kind of person who swears? Why aren't you at least a little bit concerned that I plainly have referred to myself as a Korahor and as the spiritual leader of a congregation of atheists and agnostics, that I have told you plain and wherever anybody will hear me shouting from the rooftops that I have been kicked out of the Mormon Church for declaring that there is no God and that Joseph Smith was a pedophile and a liar and a fraud. And that's why I was kicked out, for saying that. And I had said to them, I said, and I've told many people this, I have no reason to not tell people about it. The week that I was set to be excommunicated, which I was ecstatic about, I bought a new suit just to be excommunicated in, because I didn't own a suit at that point. I hadn't been to church in years. I'd been out of Mormon practice for a decade at that point. It's 2013. And my mission president showed up at my office, my stake president, President Mitchell, super nice guy. showed up in my office and said, "We have a little bit of a problem. I don't have anything to excommunicate you for." Right. And they said, and he showed up in my office, my home office there in American Fork, where Tim Ballard's organizations apparently all come from at some point. And he said, "I don't have anything to kick you out of the church for." And I said, "Well, maybe a word of wisdom." I mean, he's like, "We don't kick people out for that anymore." I'm like, "Oh, really? Oh, okay." I remember when I was a kid, you'd hear stories all the time. Oh, they can't give up the coffee, so they got excommunicated. They couldn't give up drinking the booze. They got excommunicated. I mean, I said, "Well, times change. Good for you. Good for you." I said, "Well, then how about apostasy?" And he said, and granted, President Mitchell, he was a pretty simple guy. And he had something in mind. He already knew what he was there to do. Uh, and I said, "Well, what about apostasy?" And he said, "No, you only get kicked out of the church for apostasy if you join another church." By the way, that was in 2013. He didn't know. Nobody in the church knew, unless they had the spirit of discernment, I guess. At that time, I was nearly finished with writing my book, The Korihor Argument. And this is the point where I thought, luckily for them, there's no Church of Korihor. Otherwise, you'd have Mormons joining an atheist church that celebrates Korihor. That'd be right in their face. And if somebody in Utah were to start a Church of Korihor, a church for atheists, they would have to honor your being kicked out of the church. They'd have to kick you out of the church for joining that church if they're going to keep with their policies. And I thought, man, somebody should start a Church of Korihor. That'd be so badass. That's where this started. Anyways, so then I said to him, I said, "Well, that's not true, because apostasy traditionally is if you teach a doctrine that's inconsistent with the doctrines of the church." And he says, "Well, yeah, but that's only if you teach it to the extent or loudly state it to the extent that it causes people to doubt or to leave the church." And I looked him right in the eye and I said, "I'm going to tell you this one time and not assault your senses with details unless you really want to know." I said, "You and I have been honest with each other. You can trust me to be an honest person. I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't tell you this if it wasn't true." And he's like, "Okay, sure." And I said, "I have told people that there is no God and that Joseph Smith was a pervert, a liar, and a fraud. And when they wanted to know details about how I could say that, after I told them, they left the church." It's happened many times. I said, "I've done it before. I will do it again. I will publish probably about how that is true." And he went, "Whoa, are you serious?" I said, "Oh, you can pretty well be assured of it." I didn't tell him at that time that I had a book that was pretty much ready to go to Amazon to be printed. And he's like, "Well, that's it then. Apostasy and a conduct unbecoming a member of the church." I said, "Great. Sounds good." We stand up to leave. We stand up to shake hands. Great conversation. Again, this is how I came to realize we can have conversations. This is me shaking hands with the man who would excommunicate me literally 4 days later. And he says, "Hear me out. I just want to run this by you. Are you addicted to pornography?" And I laughed. And I said, "What?" And he said, "Are you addicted to pornography?" "No." He says, "Really?" Everybody, you somebody looking at me, do I just look that much like a pervert? Okay. I'm like, "No." I didn't tell him that at the time I was also putting together a documentary called Mormon Sex, in which I had Mormon therapists who told me and verified something. I flew to Los Angeles and interviewed a scientist, a neuroscientist at UCLA, well, connected to UCLA, a PhD on this very topic, that they have proven that porn addiction is not real. Now, that I didn't say, they don't say, I don't know anybody who doesn't say that a person can't have compulsive behaviors around pornography. They certainly can. That's definitely a thing. Just as you can have compulsive behaviors around shopping or, touching a doorknob a certain number of times before you can, go to sleep or go through the door or something like this. All of which are signs of things like a variety of different conditions, including obsessive compulsive disorder and other neurodivergent disorders. I know many a person on the autism spectrum who has compulsive behaviors, people who can't eat certain things, people who can't sit in certain kinds of furniture if they're or wear certain fabrics if they're a certain color. You know, there's the human brain is such an incredible mystery, and much of what we think of as addiction, I think, according to as I have observed in the science, does appear to have something to do with these compulsive behaviors. And maybe if we can understand how to treat compulsions better, compulsive behaviors better, we can actually improve recovery rates for people who are addicted to drugs and alcohol. But what has been shown again and again in the science is that porn, which really isn't to say this woman that I interviewed out in California, I really ought to show her interview sometime, and my interview with Natasha Helfer, and frankly, my interview with Jennifer Finlayson Fife. I feel bad that I've been sitting on this footage for years now, but I have footage with these people who all agreed there is no such thing as pornography addiction, and the church teaching, especially children, that it is real, is causing huge problems with young people being disconnected from their bodies, being disconnected from their minds, and becoming convinced that they are evil. When I told Natasha Helfer, I think it was, I told one of them about this experience with Cleon Skousen and the Ted Bundy thing. Ted Bundy had basically said in this last interview with James C. Dobson that if you are exposed to softcore pornography, meaning, again, just the covers of magazines at the grocery store, or the checkout aisle at the grocery store, you are Ted Bundy in the making. This was Ted Bundy, one of the most notorious liars in the history of the world, and a guy who was a sick criminal who would do anything on this date that interview was done, where literally you could see the lights flickering as they're doing the interview, literally see the lights in the prison flickering as they are testing the electric chair that he will die in a matter of hours. And he is obviously desperately trying to get James C. Dobson to call the governor of the state of Florida to get him another stay of execution, or get him a stay of execution. He would say anything. And frankly, he knew how to manipulate religious people. And the reason why he knew how to manipulate religious people is because Ted Bundy spent 2 years where he did probably the majority of his crimes in Utah, where he got into the Mormon system. He started taking discussions with the missionaries, and he learned how to work, and he used what he knew how to do to work at people's emotional vulnerabilities and insecurities, to try and work people to the point where within a matter of minutes he could get a Mormon girl into his car and she'd be dead within a matter of hours. And he was good at it. And you can watch it happening live in that interview. And that's what got me interested in true crime when I was just 13 years old, and found myself sitting there confessing to a bishop the next week that I used to steal the bra and panty section out of the Mervyn's catalog. Not exactly a prime example of a porn addict, quote unquote. And then throughout my life, I have been a person who has, I would say, relatively average sexual behaviors. And the more people I talk to, the more I realize, wow, maybe I'm even a little bit mild, frankly. I make a lot of jokes about it, but uh, then I meet these people, these men especially, who claim that they went to the church's 12-step program for recovery from addiction. And in those days, like my little, maybe something you guys don't know about me, I have a younger brother I love very much, who, while I was a missionary in Peru, he was in the worst stages of addiction to meth. And we many times nearly lost him and no one knew because he was so good at hiding it. It wasn't until I came home from my mission and had been home for for a while. Actually, it was that once I had been married, so it was years since I'd been home, that he told my parents that he'd been using, that he had quit for a while, and that he'd been through a really bad breakup, and he'd started using again, and this time he couldn't quit on his own. And my parents spent their entire savings, my dad's entire retirement savings, getting him off of drugs. I know what drugs do to a person's life. I've seen this. As many of you out there know from personal experience or from people in your families or your friends, your loved ones, heroin, meth, even if you want to talk about a scandal of drugs that are too commonly available, long before we talk about how people look at too much porn, I'd have to ask, why are we not talking about opioids out here in the hollers of Appalachia? Since I've been here, it's everywhere you look. You meet people at the grocery store, you meet people down at Walmart, you meet people down at at the gas station, and talking to people, within minutes, this person's on pills, or even this person's on pills and quite obviously mixing them with booze. And most of these people, and in Utah, we saw all the time. Only in Utah, they got nice shiny teeth. They put on a nice shirt and tie. They get fit. They go to the gym. They put on this righteous, beloved, believing Mormon facade, so nobody will think twice or guess again how many of these people you later find that they couldn't get up in the morning without taking enough OxyContin to knock out a horse. And in many cases, they're mixing it with uppers and they're mixing it with booze. And it's like, but because they function is the same thing that, again, I saw with my brother, again, I love very much. Drug addicts, they look like, if you can identify a person as being a drug addict, it's probably just because they're high. Just because they're high. But the ones who are in the midst of the rise of the addiction, especially when it comes to alcoholics, you might have no idea. You might have no idea. How many of my friends I saw go through AA in college, who the first time they stood up and said, "My name is so and so, and I'm an alcoholic," and I thought, "Are you serious?" Because you have this impression in your mind of what an alcoholic looks like, how an alcoholic acts. Hollywood gave it to us, or TV gave it to us, but they don't tell you until you know somebody who's been an addict. is that they look like everybody else, so that they function, so that they know which booze to drink so that you don't smell it on their breath. They know where to hide the drugs. They know what items in your home you would never miss that could be easily pawned at a pawn shop. They know how to tell which homes. I learned a lot of this from my brother after we would talk about it after he was in recovery. And he would explain to me how he could go driving through a neighborhood and tell you within a glance which of these homes looks like it's a brand new home that hasn't sold yet, so that you could mark it and hit that house later and steal the copper out of the walls and sell it and get drugs. Told me some pretty wild stories. He told me a story once about how he pulled up to a gas station, got out of the truck, out of his truck. His buddy was driving because he was too high, and reached into a patrol car that was parked next to him, and because he saw a Pelican case sticking out from under the driver's seat of this officer's patrol car. Pelican case. What do you keep in a Pelican case? Something expensive. Grabbed it right out of the car as he was opening his own truck with his own plates on the truck, and got back in his own truck and drove off. He was high. He was just, the drugs were telling him what to do at that point. And opened it up, and it was a standard issue Glock that he had stolen from a police car. I said, "What?" I said, "What did you do with it?" And he's like, "Well, it was meth within an hour." And then I look at how people are being sold on that. You go and look at smut on the internet, and you are just as bad as a heroin addict or a meth addict or a coke addict. First of all, those people, most of them, that as I have met them in life, and I'm sure for many of you, you know this very well, they're not generally bad people. They get very good at doing very bad things. And at some point, we all know these stories. You've either heard them, or it's been you, or it's been someone you loved. We know you know what it's like, or you've heard somebody and known somebody, supported somebody through the experience of loving this person, wanting to believe everything they say, but knowing that at this stage, after time and time and time again, that they found some way to steal money from you and go use it for drugs, or hide drugs in your house, but getting drugs around your family members. And you said to know what it's like to say, "I love you, but as of this moment, I'll have nothing to do with you. Don't come around my house. Don't call. It's going to be hard enough to do this without you, without this. I've given you every chance I have. But sadly enough, there's nothing left I can do for you. And now I have to grieve." And for these people, knowing that someone they love is out there and cold and hungry, that person is out there in need. They are alive. This is the child. This is the brother, the sister. This is the person you love. This is the spouse. This is the friend. And you just have to say, "I'm sorry, but you're dead to me." And to say, my brother was telling me, this is the whole reason I told this story. He said, I would sit. He said, when I first came to mom and dad and asked if they would help, they sent me to the church. And they said, bring someone with you to the meetings. And we went to a church meeting at the LDS church with these people. And he's like, and I brought dad with me. It's my father, lifelong faithful Mormon. I was talking to him about it and more than once, and he said, "Joe, I'd never imagined." Go around the room. They would go around the room, these people standing up and talking about, "I'm an alcoholic. Nobody in my family knows. My wife doesn't know. My kids don't know. that I'm on oxy. I can't get through the day without it. That I've been drinking. That I'm smoking cigarettes. And he's like, "And I can't tell my bishop because I'll lose my calling at church and then everybody will know. I can't tell so and so. I can't talk about to so and so. I can't, I have to live a lie. And everybody thinks I'm this good Mormon guy and has no idea I'm using." And both my brother and my dad said, and then my brother would get up and say, "My name is, and I am, and I'm an alcoholic, and I've used meth since I was 13 years old." And then the next guy next to him stood up and said, "Nobody realizes that I'm a bishop in my ward. My congregation doesn't know. My kids don't know that I can't stop looking at porn." And I remember thinking, now, of course, I was already a snarky ex-Mormon at this point, but I remember looking at him and going, "What?" I'm not saying that people shouldn't get help when they need help. I just see again and again how 12-step programs especially get weaponized to commit people to stay loyal to the church or a church, to start giving tithing. And it never gets mentioned. And I'm not saying this to discourage anybody who's in recovery. If you're in recovery, do what you need to do. Get out there, get the help that you need. Blunt reality is the science doesn't lie. You are as likely to beat addiction to drugs and alcohol with pure willpower as to put it with a 12-step program. Now, that doesn't mean that the people who say, "I couldn't have done it without AA, I couldn't have done it without Narcotics Anonymous," that's not true about those people. But the fact of the matter is, statistically speaking, to say, "Oh, well, you can't do it on your own. You have to have a higher power. It all starts with recognizing you have a problem, and then you have to reach out to your higher power, and you have to do this, you have to do the 12 steps. You have to do the 12 steps or it doesn't work." It's a lie. And every person, frankly, that can do it with a 12-step program, I think probably can do it without it. Do I know that it would be as easy or as possible or as feasible? No, because I don't know that. I don't think that is known. And I've never been in that situation. I've only been in a supportive role. And I have done as much support as I can. And I'm not going to discourage anybody. But to convince people, especially these Mormon men, that they are in a spiritual crisis because they look at, frankly, probably pretty bland and boring porn, and that it is the same as a drug addiction. It's one of the most spiritually narcissistic things I can imagine, and nothing short of what I saw Ted Bundy do. Convincing people of something, that they are sick with your sickness because you want their money or their obedience or you want to use them in some way, is one of the most horrifying and abusive things I can imagine. I'm sure that many of these people who run these programs, they actually believe it. And so when I saw this and I'm not suggesting that Zion Media is one of those organizations. I don't know that much about what they do behind closed doors. But when I say that Zion Media is one of the organizations I think is probably one of the more important spiritual movements inside Mormonism today, inside of the Restoration today, excuse me. It's because of this very thing that I'm seeing is the same reason why I find people with the Church of Korihor are coming to our movement looking for a spiritual path. Not because I have received some revelation, because I haven't, obviously. not because our spiritual community is the only one out there. You have these people who have been in a church all their lives and have been spiritually starved because, as I believed when I became an atheist, to believe in a spiritual path or to seek out spiritual pursuit of wonder and transcendence and a transformation, and to become more like the kind of person that you respect inside of yourself, and to understand who you are and understand the existential need to feel like you have a reason to be alive, and to say, well, that because it's called spirituality, because you have to have faith in your spirit and in God as the king of spirits, or the big spirit, the great spirit, is one of the most damnable lies I think that has ever been perpetrated among human beings, because it was created by churches to tap money and power out of people for purely political reasons or financial reasons. And even more damning, in my experience, in my opinion, and we see it again and again. We do see it with Gordon Bowen. If you don't know who that is, you can look it up. We do see it with not Tom Christopherson. Somebody out there will correct me with it. With Brother Christopherson, with President Christopherson's brother. We see it again and again. Ted Bundy. This is just inside Mormonism, to say nothing of the Catholics, to say nothing of the Muslims, to say nothing of the Jews. We see it. You look it up. Look up rabbi and CSAM. Look up rabbi or imam and abuse of minors. Look it up again. Look up atheist and CSAM, and see how many article headlines you find. Probably some. Look at that. Take atheist out and put pastor in there and look again. Take atheist out and put conservative commentator and look again. Take atheist out, put MAGA influencer. Take atheist out, agnostic out of those search terms, and put in TPUSA, LDS, Catholic, Orthodox, Christian. And what you will find is that it's shocking to the senses to imagine in our society that religious people can live one life over here and then live a hidden life over here. And that so many times again and again, we see that hidden life involves the sexual exploitation of other people, and especially of children. And then you got your Tim Ballards out there who will get out there and tell you we're living in a world where they snatch the children out from the bus stop. They snatch them up at the train station. How many people are leaving their kids at train stations? You'll see it in Sound of Freedom, the beginning of the movie. You see these, parents turned around. We were only turned around for a second, and boom, they were off with those, somebody grabbed their kid and took off with them. And it's this narrative that they build to try and confuse things in a way that's suspiciously a lie. It's suspicious how the part that gets left out of the narrative is the way it normally happens. Over and over again, you see that the way that it happens is slumber party. So-and-so's dad at a slumber party. So-and-so, my pastor at church, the bishop at church, my scoutmaster. They were just ordinary people. I told my mom, she didn't believe me. I told my sister, she told me to shut up. I went to the church. right now there's a celebration happening, and I'm waxing a little bit sermonizing here, and so I'll probably cut it short here. It just irritates me because just this last week, the Arizona Supreme Court determined that by the laws of the state of Arizona, the assault of children perpetrated by their family members, neighbors, and members of their congregation confessed to a bishop in a worthiness meeting is treated as being under a clerical seal, and that if that person does not expressly consent to having that information reported to law enforcement, not only does the bishop or state president not have to report it, they're actually forbidden to report it. In order to keep a confessional seal in a church that prides itself on that, they don't require anybody to go to confession. And then turn around and say, low here, low there. How in Colombia they're doing this, how in the Mexicans are doing this at the border. We need a wall. The wall will obviously stop me. If there's no wall, then there's trafficking of children, and it's happening at church. And Tim Ballard still can't say it, even though his church kicked him out for being a liar and a pervert, according to them, as I understand it. Maybe I don't know. But that seems pretty consistent with all the information we have. It's one of the most vile things you see again and again. They lie about other people to hide their sins, to hide their lies. I'm not going to say I'm a perfect person. I'm not going to say that I don't have any vices. I can tell you right now, if I have a vice, it's not porn. And I had a very good conversation actually with this woman in Dr. Nikki, Dr. Nikki. I'm sorry, Dr. Nikki, I forgot your last name, who was part of the research. I've talked about this a little bit before, so maybe I won't harp on and on about it, but in case you haven't heard it before. She told me something in confidence that years later I have since come to tell people because the information became public. And she said, this is the thing. She said, Mormons attack me all the time because of my research that disproved porn addiction. She said something, she told me this off camera, off the record. And then, like I said, this information became public. And I said, okay, now I think I can talk about this. But I kept this secret for years after I was told this. She said the guy who collected this data that disproved porn addiction didn't work for me. He wasn't part of she said, I got this data from a third party source. And I had to hide. I had to go through these steps to hide where the source of the data was from, because the person who conducted the research was so terrified, so afraid of what it would do to his career. And she said, and he was a good neuroscientist like I am. And this is a woman with a PhD in neuroscience who was specialized not only in this, but also in depression and ideation and treatment for those conditions as well. And she said, and the reason why we can't talk about the source of this information is because it was a Mormon who conducted it. And so nobody could talk about it and he didn't trust anybody else with it. He happened to know me and know I'm not Mormon. And she said, and because I could take that data and say that I got it from a colleague and could show that data then without his name being directly attached to it because he was passionate about making sure that the information got what became available to the world. This was like in 2014, 2015, I want to say. And then by 2019, I'm going to say, I'm just remembering this off the top of my head. I didn't think I was going to talk about this. He actually published himself and came out to confess to say, I'm the guy who collected that information. I was in college. I was a faithful Latter-day Saint, and I wanted to prove. I think he actually says that he's still a member of the church. He said, but we were trying to prove the harms of pornography addiction. And what we found scientifically was there was no validity to the claims that were being made about it. And yet, so many, as soon as we announced, we want you to come in and do research and be subjects for research that we are collecting about porn addiction, so many returned missionaries, so many young Mormon men especially, came forward to say, yes, please, I want to be a part of this so that I can figure out what's wrong with me. And in so many of their cases, he basically says, this is the way I interpret what he had published. Wish I could remember the guy's name. I'm sure you can look it up, or maybe I'll publish it on our social medias here later. Was the harm that was done by convincing people they were sick with a sickness they didn't actually have was so bad that these men's whole lives were disrupted. I've met ex-Mormon women who left happy marriages because their husbands were addicted to porn. I've met so many Mormons who say that they nearly got divorced, that they nearly, that they nearly lost their jobs, that they nearly lost their membership in the church, that they were publicly shamed in some cases, that in many cases they were made to, that's not the way to say it. I was going to say expose themselves. In this context, maybe I would say something else, to reveal to people they barely know or didn't know at all. Like in the case where my brother, who was addicted to real drugs, sat next to a bishop, or I think he was a member of the bishopric anyway, who said that, yeah, me too, man. It's just me, and it's like me and the porn. And my brother looking at him like, porn compared to, can I tell you the things I did for meth? And meanwhile, how many people go in for dental surgery, go home with a handful of Percocets, and that's it? How many people go in for back pain like I have, and luckily don't take opioids for so far, and go home with OxyContin? And they've known for years what these drugs do. They know how it's destroyed these people's lives. But because one family was making so much money, and there's a whole industry of people making money right behind them, they hid it. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, hid the research. Meanwhile, we have black boxes on packs of cigarettes that they actually think cause more people to smoke. And then you got these medications, and it's like, oh yeah, everybody takes a little Percocets when you get your wisdom teeth out. I did. And who's to say what it is that causes some people to become addicted or not? I don't think still they know. And certainly there's something to say for compulsive behaviors, for obsessive compulsive disorder, etc. But nothing like convincing people that Of course, your life has been destroyed. You disobeyed God. You hurt his feelings. He will punish you. He will give you up to the buffetings of Satan because that it's the new drug. And after I started looking into that, and I found out I was watching that at the school where I had one of my children enrolled in Utah, Fight the New Drug, an organization started by a couple of BYU guys with the noblest of intentions, supposedly. And I know people who know these guys and actually say they actually are really nice guys. In at least one of their cases, I've been told that guy actually has since learned the error of his ways, and you know he was still on the invite list at Tom Harrison's meetings that Ken Krogh was running in 2023. Was it 2024? Still there. And they get up in front of all these kids in a public school in America, got these kids to go up in front of their peers and to get a T-shirt that says "Porn kills love," that you put on a child's body, that you give to these kids so that they can proudly wear it in front of all their peers and tell a group of their peers when they first got on their devices and started looking up porn. And I thought, it's a cult within a cult. They're being indoctrinated into a cult within the cult. At least with us, I was 14 and it was sitting there listening to Ted Bundy talking about how you shouldn't go looking at Cosmopolitan magazine. These kids, true, they have access that we didn't have in my day, but I was told that I would become the next Ted Bundy, and it terrified me. It terrified me to a level I won't tell you. Maybe I won't tell you how much effort I went to make sure that I kept my mind as pure and clean as I could. And years later, when I was doing the documentary about Mormons and sex, I did several interviews with ordinary people, ordinary ex-Mormons, not just scientists and doctors. And how many men had told me, as if there were guys who weren't, looking at it and, relieving themselves all throughout our missions. And how many times I looked at a guy and said, "On your mission? On your mission, really?" And he's like, "Yeah. Did you go on a mission?" "Yeah." "Yeah, like the whole mission, the whole 2 years?" "Yeah. Peru, Lima North." And not once. They're like, "Bullshit." I'm like, I'm ex-Mormon too. I got no reason to hide. I was terrified of becoming Ted Bundy. That's when I found out some people didn't get the "you'll become the next Ted Bundy" line. 14 to 21, I'm not going to say never, but most straight-laced guy you knew. And let me tell you, it was hell. Oh my gosh, it was hell. And after I discovered there was no God, well, sure, it got a little crazy there for a bit. Then I was 30 one day. And a husband and a father and a man with a job and who needed to go to bed by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, generally speaking, or I would be too beat to go to work in the next morning. And all of a sudden, I was a grown up. And so, now I listen to these men, in some cases, they're 30, 40, 50 years old and talking about being addicted. And I think, can they not just tell themselves, can you not just tell yourself, well, maybe you're not addicted to it. Maybe you just do it too much and cut back. What's the difference? It seems to me like what makes drugs into something addictive is that if you're addicted, you can't just say, maybe I'll just do it less. Then I started to get to know more people who were addicts and realized Well, actually, no, there are a lot of people who are alcoholics who just learn to drink less, or they tell themselves they've quit and then they fall off the wagon and then they have to get back on the wagon. And they never actually fully quit. They just drink less, a lot less. And being in recovery, that's what it looks like for them. It's not that they quit cold turkey. It's that they weaned off. And when those people, people who are alcoholics, you probably will hear them. You've probably heard them laugh about it. They'll laugh. And so when somebody says, "Oh yeah, cold turkey, and I'm never going to have a drink again," alcoholics in AA, they'll laugh at each other these days and say, "You're kidding me, right? All right, tell yourself what you have to do, right? Make it to that 30-day marker. Just do that, okay? Don't say something like, 'Oh, I'll never touch it again.' Say, 'I'm going to make it to the 30-day marker.' Make it to the 30-day marker, then we'll talk about it. Then we'll talk about you'll never drink again. Make it to 60 days. Make it to 90. Make it to that 120-day shit. And then you find out how many people you know who make it to 6 months, and wow, you got that 6 months, and hey, good for you, man. You guys, and they're lying. They've been drinking, but they need that recognition in order to get control of it, in order to wean off. I think when you have this narrative that says, "Oh, I was a sinner, and then I quit." And I was sitting there yesterday on Zion Media. I'm not saying any of this to be mean about them, but I had one person after another that I said, "Oh, really? Is that what's going on here? Is Zion Media like a porn addiction recovery group?" I hadn't known that. I don't think it's true, but that was the first time that I realized, oh, so that's why they're having these. Why I assumed, maybe this is a bad assumption, they're having these retreats with all these men, with all these Mormon men, these Latter-day Saint men. And they're talking about a baptism of fire. One of them said in the comments, and he said, "You can," and I told that story. I said, when I was excommunicated from the church, my stake president tried to convince me I was addicted to porn so that he could kick me out. And I remember saying, and I told him, I'm not, which I'm not, luckily. I can't imagine what that must be like. I can't imagine, I can imagine what it's like for people to think that they're addicted to it. If it were actually addictive, holy crap, but we'd be in a real serious crisis in this world. And I get why these men, a lot of them, are very much, and women are very much convinced that, oh my gosh, we're in the midst of this horrible public health crisis. Oh, for hell's sake. I actually got into an argument on the radio. I should find that somewhere for the documentary, with the guy in Utah who wrote the bill to declare it a public health crisis in Utah. And he said, "You're going to tell me all these men in the church, priesthood holders," he tells me this on the radio, screaming at me, this state legislator, and says, that there's no such thing, that scientifically there's no such thing. I would love for you to say that right now on the radio for every brother in the church, every voter in Utah, to hear you say that right now to me." And I said, "Listen to me. Shut up and listen to me. It's not real. It's an instrument by charlatans to control people who have legitimate problems that aren't getting addressed because they're being convinced that they have a problem they don't actually have. It's meant to publicly shame people who have done nothing wrong." And he spouts off something to me about, oh, that woman and her, and her research, blah, 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 blah. And that's when I found, and then I contacted this woman, this scientist out in Los Angeles. And I said, "Do you happen to know this guy? Because he mentioned you by name." And she's like, "No." And I said, "Okay." He happened to tell me the name of this other guy who's a psychologist. And she's like, "Oh, that fucking guy." I'm like, "Wait a minute, what?" I'm like, "This guy is like a prominent Mormon therapist in Utah." Yeah. And she's like, That guy, she said, I am very much convinced he's stalking me. And I got into some personal details with her, not all of which I'm going to tell you about here. As a matter of fact, maybe I won't tell you any more than that. But she was convinced that some of these Mormons, prominent Mormon psychologists, were stalking her. And the stories she told me about this, she's like, it's terrifying. She's like, I don't know what these men are capable of. I said, frankly, I don't blame you. In any event, but it's not that these people. For me, I look at it with an eye towards compassion. Nowadays, I've said more than once, I am concerned that these people inside my former community, Mormons, are in crisis because they are spiritually starved in a system where you are a number and not a soul. The worth of souls is great, they say, but they're just talking about your tithing. And it's devastating because I watch as people who come to regret it later, and far too often, their marriages are destroyed, their relationships with their children are destroyed, their relationships with their siblings, their parents. People can't go to Christmas and Thanksgiving anymore with their family members. People who can't go to the funerals. Shane Baldwin was talking about last week how his grandmother died, and he went to the graveside service, and like one of his aunts had said, about the spread we're having down at the chapel, down at the cultural center, the cultural hall, and funeral potatoes and whatever, and he's like, I can't go. And she's like, what do you mean you can't go? And he's like, to your memorial service. It sounds lovely. It'd be great to see everybody there. He's like, I was glad I could come to the graveside because the church doesn't own the cemetery. He's like, but I've been trespassed from the church. I'm not allowed to step foot on church property. And they had no idea. Members of his own family didn't know. There's a spiritual starvation for these people. And for a decade. Oh, I didn't know that. Hyde, or maybe I did know that. You and I have talked before. I'm sorry to hear that, man. For a decade or more, because I still believed my Mormon brain's interpretation of what spirituality was. As an atheist, for more than a decade, really. As an atheist, anytime somebody even said the word spiritual, I would launch into some tirade about narcissists. And it wasn't until I had done a lot of growing up as an atheist and as a person and as a person who was responsible for raising more people in the world, as a father, as a friend, as a person who's just less immature than I was, come to understand that if I didn't understand how to see how little I understood about what it means to be human and to be alive, and convinced that, oh, I'm a man in my 40s, I've been all over the world, I have worked professionally for 30 years, and I know I've been married at that point. I was getting towards 20, close to 20 years married, and I remember thinking, who can surprise me with anything? I've been, I lost my faith in the church I grew up in. I became an atheist. I've been through all of these life experiences. Nothing can surprise me anymore. And then come to find how many people I knew who were just like me, who felt like who had the unanswered question within them that they were ashamed to say around normally around other atheists until it just became too big of a crisis for them to not say something and say, I don't believe in God. I don't believe in any of these superstitions. Yes, yes. Insert Christopher Hitchens quote here, insert Bertrand Russell quote here, insert Thomas Paine here, and all fine and well. And they look around and say, it still doesn't tell me why I go on. And then something comes out of them. You think you know so much, you know? If life is anything, it's an educator and listening and engaging in active listening and finding out how little you actually understand about the world and even basic stuff like people in your community, people in your family are going through crises that you'll never touch. How weird it was to me to learn that the little boy who was my roommate, my companion, my friend, my enemy, my you know, my what shall we say? The kid I gave noogies to was my little brother. All of my high school years while I was being celebrated in my Mormon community as the Peter Priesthood kid that moms from my congregation would ask me if I would take their daughter to the homecoming dance. Graduated from seminary, easily graduated from seminary. Got first opportunity, crack of the age of 19, ordained an elder, called on a mission, off to Peru, preaching in the name of God in the Amazon. And the whole time, my brother was using. And I had no idea. My parents, no idea. People at church, no idea. And using, what do you mean using? Smoke a little weed, do a little cigarettes. What are you talking about, Kevin? Meth. What? Wait, just meth? No. Meth. You want to talk about gateway drugs? Meth. Little heroin, little this, little that. Pot, he's like, everybody does pot. He's like, but the pot dealers I knew, he's like, that's where you'd find the good shit, the good dope. And he's like, I said, how? I know you. And he's like, that's the thing. People in these Mormon communities, he's like, don't realize half of the shit that was moving, half of the smack that's moving through the suburbs in your average community. Growing up in Mesa, Arizona, he's like, we would get boxes full of this shit. He's like, when you couldn't afford to pay for it, you moved it so that you could get some and make money. And he's like, and you'd show up to some Mormon guy's house and he's got stacks of Amway boxes off in the corner, on this corner, and on this other corner, it's got hard drugs and he's got no idea. We lived in this bubble and we started to create problems that didn't exist. And it's like, when you get a chance to really, when you've lived in this life long enough and you've seen what kind of problems you personally have never dealt with, and yet you'll get close enough to support somebody in your life and think, man, and here I went to Peru for 2 years and told people to their face, 19-year-old kid, 20-year-old kid, your problem. So you don't believe in Joseph Smith. You don't believe in the gold plates. Let me tell you what I learned in seminary said by Helam. Let me tell you what I learned about the promise that Moroni made, and realized how arrogant I was. The arrogance that I have had as an atheist, and it is astounding how arrogant of an atheist I have been. Even I can't believe I'm saying that now. I was trained on that by being an arrogant Mormon, man. I self-righteous like the day is long. I had so much to learn. And in a lot of ways, I'm grateful for my mission for having broken me of that. Because when I went out there, man, I'll tell you what, you want a spiritual experience that will tell you a little something about what it means to be human and to question your own existence. Go to South America, sweat your balls right off your ankles in the Amazon with snakes and spiders and people talking in an accent of Spanish you've never heard before, and watch and be there the first time. American 21-year-old kid at that time, district leader. First time I did a baptismal interview, and a woman I didn't know looked me in the eyes when I had to ask her one of the big three questions, which were, have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever had or helped somebody else to procure an abortion? And have you ever had sex with a person of your same gender? Which were the three conditions in my mission where if the answer was yes, I couldn't authorize them to be baptized until I had talked to my mission president, who was a good guy, I think was a good guy. But that was just the way it was done. And the first baptismal interview I did, number 2, yes. Yes. An abortion in the Amazon? I said, wait a minute. Let's just be clear the difference between an abortion and a miscarriage. And she's like, I know what an abortion is. All right. I said, well, I have to, I can't make a decision. I can't make a call on this unless I know a little more details. So, what exactly happened? She said, I was lonely. I had one child already, one mouth to feed I couldn't afford. I was working long hours just to be able to feed my one child. And there was a kind man who was a nice pair of arms to hold me one night. And next thing I knew, I was pregnant. She said, I thought I'd lose my mind. I thought I'd go crazy. She said, I went down to the pharmacy, right down the street here, you know the one. And I grabbed the first bottle of something that said, don't take while pregnant. And I swallowed the whole thing right there. She said, and I woke up in the hospital and there was no more baby. And it was later that I was talking actually with a good friend of mine. I don't mind telling you his name. It's his real name. His name is Elder Johns. I said, Johns, don't you think it's wild? I said, here's the thing. Since you and I have been here, I was doing a lot of growing up in Peru, man. And I said, you're from Texas. I'm from Arizona. We're from border states. We both know a lot of people from south of the border, not just Mexicans, Guatemaltecos, people from Belize, whatever. And I said, and a lot of these white missionaries that we hear saying such racist things, and that was a huge problem in my mission, as I'm sure it is in most. I said, do you think it's that you and I were different from a lot of these other guys from the mission because we had more exposure to other cultures when we were growing up? And he looked at me with a face that I now realize was pity. He's like, Elder Rollins, you think you're so mighty. You think you're so righteous. He was a good friend, though. And he said to me, I don't think it has anything to do with that. And that struck me. It really struck me. And I said, oh, I'm wrong? And he's like, I think you are. I said, all right. Okay. Well, what do you think? And he said, I think this is the first time in our lives where we were expected to deal with adult situations as adults. Oh my gosh. And it was only then embarrassed as I am even now to admit it, that was the first time that I realized I'm a 21-year-old kid from America who just in the recent weeks had to approve a woman giving up the religion of her family going back generations to join our religion, but first had to grill her on the conditions and situations and whether or not her repentance was sincere enough for the moment she decided to terminate a pregnancy, a situation I will never have to deal with, not like she had to. And then had to look at this person and say, thank you for sharing your story with me and for telling me this very sensitive and tender thing. I have to go make a phone call. And she is like, you what? Wait a minute, what? I said, it's not a big deal. Apart from this, I can't approve you to become a Mormon until I explain what you just told me to a man you don't know in Lima at 10 o'clock at night. And she's like, you're gonna what? I'm like, this is my mission president. He's a very nice man, very understanding, very wise. I'm sure he's gonna say that it's not a problem, but rules are rules. I gotta go tell what you just told me to my mission president. And I did. And he said, Elder Rollins, don't tell me anymore. Has she repented? I said, oh yeah, President, she's totally repented. And he's like, well, then baptize her. And I, at that time, I thought, wow, this is a real privilege and an honor to be a part of somebody's salvation. And it wasn't until later when I was talking to Elder Johns about it, and he said, this is the first time that we are adults dealing with adult situations as adults. And I realized, my God, what an arrogant gringo I am. What an arrogant, self-important, Peter priesthood, Mormon gringo I am. And it was at that time that I realized I claim to have all these answers for all these other people, and basic answers elude me that Mormonism can't answer. And I often reflect on this lately now that I've started interfacing more and more with Mormons, fringe Mormons, if anything, but still Mormons who are in this spiritual crisis, and see that people who see people all the time who are beating themselves up about not even take something even simpler, whether or not they use too much profanity and it offends God's feelings, whether or not they work I started interfacing more and more with ex-Mormon women and Mormon women. How many women I have met over the years who know what it's like to stress over that they spend too much time at work because the prophets have said that a woman's place is in the home, or wanting to work, wanting a promotion, wanting to make more money. How women would beat themselves up because they made more money than their husbands or wanted to make more money than their husbands. How human beings torment themselves with something way simpler than whether or not they look and spend too much time, money, effort. They go perverting their perspectives of sexuality or sex with looking at too much smut or whatever, right? And meanwhile, people in their home, in their relationship, in their marriage are racking themselves with torment over that they have that they haven't spent enough time visiting with the needy in their congregations, and that these are the women, these women are the people in the congregation that can't hold the priesthood and can't hold priesthood offices. And I think, These people are in the spiritual crisis and don't have the first idea how bad it is, and they want to beat themselves up and flay themselves and beat themselves over and over again, do their penance about you look at too much porn. Stop. And anyways, can we talk about what you're looking at? Number one, and how many conversations I have had this conversation so many times. I know I've gone way over what I should have, but I think maybe my Adderall landed about an hour ago. So you're getting a little more sermonizing out of me. How many times I have asked this question? So your husband, of later people who left the church, especially as I started to date women again, once my ex and I opened up our marriage, and I started dating women who told me how guilty they felt because their marriage in the church, now they've left the church or they're inactive and dating a married man, and would say how guilty they felt that they felt they had driven their husband away from their marriage and ended up divorced when their husband told them, the bishop says, I have to tell you that I am addicted to porn and that I need help. And then they have to move the computer into the living room so that he's not tempted to use it wherever. And he has to start going to meetings and any time that they try to be intimate with each other, that she would feel inadequate or she would feel concerned that she was just feeding into his problem. And then it wasn't until she left the church that she looks back and realizes he was just looking at porn. But how many times I've had this conversation, ex-Mormon men, ex-Mormon women talking about their spouses, ex-Mormon women who could confess that they felt they had a problem, and I said, what kind was he looking at? If you don't mind my asking. They don't ask that. Like, does it strike you as a curiosity to say, is this straight porn? Or is it gay porn? Or that transgender porn? And how many of these men who buy into, and women who buy into this transphobic rhetoric are looking at trans porn all the time or gay porn, and yet go out and rant against homosexuals and gay people and how they don't deserve the same rights as anybody else, which has nothing to do with anything erotic. It has to do with the rights of human beings to have families, to buy homes, to inherit property the same as other people, to be considered equal under the law to other people. Yeah, but they do those things. I've seen what those women do to each other's bodies. Seen it on the internet. I shouldn't have watched, but I did watch, and boy, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Click, 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 click. Or what about those fellas? Those fellas and the things they do. You know what the things they do on the internet. It's like, you talking about gay porn? Are you assuming that because you're confessing to other people who will tell you, yeah, I look a little porn, or that they have a problem, that they're all looking at what you're looking at? It's like, you know, how many women I dated when I first opened up my marriage and I started dating other people. I've told this story before. Maybe I shouldn't tell the story as often, but well, it's been a while. I would say it was 4 women that I can remember that were recent divorcees and having a hell of a time finding dates in Utah County. And they had recently been divorced. In one case, she was a woman been married for like 23 years. In another case, she was a woman that I dated actually regularly for a while there, who had been married for like 2 years. Another case is a woman who had been married less than a year. And in every single instance of these particular women that I started dating, their husband confessed to them that they were looking at porn and that they were addicted to it, and then lied to their faces. Went so far as to say that they were addicted to porn. But then when asked, "Well, what are you looking at?" lied to their face and said, "Oh, it's just, tits and stuff. It's just stupid." Whatever. They were looking at gay porn. They were gay. They'd been gay all their lives and knew it, but married a girl who was beautiful and a righteous member of the church. You got a hairball, dude? Oh, it's a bad one. Get it, boy? Sir William Shakespeare has a hairball. How many women then told me, and I talked about this actually. I had great conversations with Jennifer Finlayson Fife. Great conversations with these women who are experts in sexuality, or at least in understanding the psychology and treatment, and about how these uh, how it affected these women who were convinced that they didn't like sex, that they were frigid. And really what it was is that they didn't feel like they could be attracted to their husbands because their husbands were gay. And as soon as they were able, their husbands, as they always did, ended up coming out of the closet. These women wanted to try everything. Oh my gosh. Turns out they like sex, and they like sex with men, and they liked all kinds of sex. And all of a sudden they meet somebody who's willing to go on a date with a divorcee, a recent divorced ex-Mormon person, and they have all kinds of questions about how sex goes for you. What do you like? What do you find out other people like? How do I know? How do I discover what I like? And these are adult people. This spiritual journey, man, is so much bigger than sin. And so many sins are so harmless. And yet the remedy is so much sicker than the sickness. And then I found out about Tim Ballard. I found out about Fight the New Drug. I found out about freaking Hillsdale College, and think, we have these Christian nationalists among us. Nobody wants to say that so many of them have the most ignominious, the most ignoble intentions with the shit that they say, and they convince vulnerable people who are in a spiritual crisis that they are among the sickest, most vile sinners who ever walked the earth, and that they cannot be complete until pay a little tithing, leave the church that you were in, come to this other church, accept Christ, turn away from the sin, repent, have faith. And furthermore, if anybody tells you, what about Xenu? What about Kolob? What about what about the Sea Org? What is that all about? And then you are to shun them. You're to cut them out of your life. If you're gay, no, you're not. Just find yourself a girl who's got big enough boobs, and you'll find that boobs will cure it all. And then it's 10, 15, 20 years later, and nobody's going to warn you. Nobody probably even knows to warn you that you may find yourself in a situation where you feel so guilty that you stole 20 years of that human being's life and made them convinced that they were not attractive, that they were not entirely straight themselves, that they were not normal. And then every time that those people get pressured to have children, and you got to go into the bedroom and make it happen, how many of them can truly be said to have conceived their children in a situation that's entirely consensual. And it was systematized non-consent. And then turn around and look to other people and say, I bet you read erotica. Is that what it is? You dirty. Show me your Kindle. I tell you, how many conversations I had when I started dating again. I say, I would tell this story to people when I would start dating. I'm like, oh, I feel so bad for people who actually fear looking at too much porn or looking at too much. If you have a problem, then stop, whatever. But I'm like, how many women in the church currently could you walk right up to who are convinced that their husband, since he confessed what he's been doing, how many of them could you walk up to and say, open up your phone and show me your Kindle app? And I had a woman, I said this to on a first date, and looked me right in the eye, and said, how dare you? I'm like, why? What? A little Regency era stuff, little what do you call it? Bodice ripper, a little bit of that, little Fabio on the cover. No, that's stupid. What? No. Oh, okay. Vampires then. Hey. Yeah, okay. No problem. Uh, you got these Mormon women, they're reading smut all the time. Judge away, no problem. But something about mote in one eye and beam in the other. Anyway, I've gone and started a solid 4-hour rant here. But anyways, I thought it was good and healthy for us. It's been a while since I preached a godless sermon. Can you tell? I was just telling my partner today, I'm like, I think I'm going to have to start preaching godless sermons again, but I'm going to have to start being more careful about figuring out how to do it right. So, anyways, so we're the Church of Core, the Self-Fire Agency. You guys want to hear the new song? I didn't have time to finish the actual lyric video that looks all fancy and fun, but I'm going to go ahead and play it for you now on Suno. I love you faces. Thanks for listening to me rant. I know that the 10 of you who are in here right now are not the 10 who started with me. Actually, probably at least a couple of you are. But thanks for sticking it out with me on a Friday night. I might have to go live tomorrow. I'll let everybody know through the YouTube channel and the Facebook page if we wind up going live tomorrow with Shane Baldwin instead of going live on Sunday. It is my birthday, and I just found out that my partner had something planned, and now I feel like an asshole. And so, plus, I really could use a break. I could use a break, and I still have work to do tonight before I go to sleep. Love you faces. Thanks for being here, guys. And don't forget, Tim Ballard is out there. Somebody's paying him.
Now he's sweating in style. 7 got Tim is no man and hater. Buy anything underground. Yeah. Timmy B got bills in the pile. Rent due now, he's sweating in style. 7 got Timmy's no man and hater. Till he hears the sound of freedom player.
Every little dream got a price tag swing. Every little flex gotta buy that thing. He said, baby, I'm broke. Then he grins that grin, cause the door swing wide when the cash walks in.
He looked left, he looked right. He said, who got me tonight? The world say, pay up, son.
Timmy say, I just need one.
Buy anything underground.
Underground.
Buy anything underground.
Underground. Timmy need a hand right now. Who gon' sign that dotted vow?
Buy anything underground.
only grin, but his empty pocket got a devil in him.
He chased that laugh, he chased that glance, he chased that chance in that velvet dance. Say, I can love you when the check gets clear, then he vanished fast when the meal appears.
He looked up, then down in every part of town. One more door, one more side, one more maybe for the night.
Buy anything underground, underground,
Buy anything underground.
underground. Timmy need a hand right now. Who gon' sign that dotted vow?
Buy anything underground.
Underground.
He said money talks and I hear it loud.
I'll trade my pride for a stiff-line crowd.
No say can't say, well, no scheme too small.
When the whole wide world keep answering calls. Who is paying Timmy now? Who is paying Timmy now? Nobody says nobody knows, but the whole thing spins where the money goes.
Buy anything underground.
Anything underground.
Buy anything underground.
Anything underground. Timmy need a hand right now. Who gon' sign that dotted vow?
Buy anything